process it. If people that are eating are in the back, to provide distance between eating. And we're ready. Are we ready, Terry? Thank you. So thank you all for coming. I'll just say a few words beginning here. This is our first board retreat at 3. We have a very short agenda, but I'm hoping that it provides time for us to get into just some discussion. It's a very short agenda. We have exactly three items. One of them is introductions. So when the people are done eating, if you'll join us at the table, that would be great. Remember to keep your mask on, and we'll get started.
Thank you. Good evening.
Ben.
I'm Ben Cleveland. It's great to meet you all. Grateful for the opportunity to be able to work with you. It's such an important time for the district board. I know it's 5 o'clock. I know, especially the superintendent, has had a very long day. So I appreciate you being here very much and your engagement in advance. I want to start out by telling you a little bit about me, and then we'll jump in. But just a kind of quick roadmap. I started out in corporate finance, and I quickly realized I was looking for something a little more fulfilling. I became a teacher in the school district of Philadelphia, high school math, and taught very large, under-resourced classrooms full of students who traditionally have been underserved by school districts all across our country. And I read about those disparities, but being out in the classroom was a whole different game. So I was just very convicted and very passionate about trying to change outcomes for kids who had not been given an equal opportunity by the school system. I went to Harvard Business School with the goal of trying to start a school or maybe multiple schools that would close those gaps. And so after Katrina, I launched a charter school network in New Orleans called New Orleans College Prep. Ultimately grew it for 4 years to 4 campuses, serving birth to 12th grade students, had 100% college acceptance rates, managed 2 turnarounds in the process. And while there was always felt like there was more to do, we made some progress and hopefully impacted life trajectories for the better. My pride and joy while working there was starting an early learning center called Hoffman. This is my son here, who attended for a couple of years. It was a half head start, half tuition program. Ended up being incredibly diverse economically and racially, and it was just an awesome place and great for my son. And then I was crazy enough to run for school board in New Orleans and served on the board from 2016 to 2020, and then just moved to the Pacific Northwest, or I guess it's not, maybe it's Pacific, I don't know, the Northwest, to Walla Walla, Washington last year. My wife wanted to get closer to her family. So I'm now just 4 hours away. It was a nice, pretty drive, and I'm happy to be here. But I have a lot to learn about Portland, so I will lean on you to teach me. And I look forward to learning more about you. I don't want to bore each of you with the same kind of bios when you all know each other so well. I've read all your bios, but I look forward to continuing to get to know you as well. That being said, I wanted, before we get into your introductions, I do want to just kind of briefly share what our agenda is for the evening. You noticed through the email it got shortened a little bit. Originally, I got a little overly ambitious, and appreciated the feedback from many of you in the room to kind of better understand where you all were, what the needs were. We are going to get to the rest of the agenda in December, but we're going to take the time we need to really focus in on some kind of very foundational issues first. We will have a break, but obviously feel free if you need a quick break in the meantime. Don't hesitate, and we'll jump in. So, this was the quote you shared with me yesterday about, I don't know, you probably can pronounce this architect's name better than I can, but
Ludwig Mies van der Rohe.
So that was my lesson yesterday. Less is more. So I'm taking that theme with me tonight. Why are we here? So what we're hoping to accomplish tonight is, number one, to continue to build more trust and relationships among folks in the room. So we have the key district leadership, as well as all the board members. I know firsthand, having been a board member, and oftentimes board members have full day jobs. It'd be very difficult to take the time that's necessary to fully build those connections, those human connections. And so I hope that we can do some of that tonight. Number two, I want to increase our shared understanding of anti-racism and talk about what it means to continually evolve and become an anti-racist school board and district. And lastly, that wonderful survey that I appreciate you all participating in gave us a lot of great feedback and good data to work with. And so we're going to give you a feedback on that in workshops and potential problem solving exercises as well. So any questions about our plan?
Yep.
All right. In light of those objectives then, second part of why we're here is just a quick preview of the survey. Actually, only one of you answered that you agreed or strongly agreed to this statement. And so this also sums up why we're here. So we're here to actually primarily focus on evaluating the effectiveness of the board with the intent of improving efficacy, right? And so jumping in, given those objectives, I'd like to go around the room briefly and hear from you on these 4 points. So your name, of course, your role with the district, and then your gifts and your goals. So the gifts are skills, characteristics, abilities that you bring to the table tonight that you can directly connect to what we just shared in terms of our objectives. We'll learn from each other in the process. And 2, what your goals are. What's the most important thing you'd like to get, which will help you keep those goals. So I'll start out. In terms of the gift side, as I just shared with you, have a lot of education experience. As a teacher, a school leader, board member, a lot of shared experience that I look forward to trying to connect with you on. A lot of lessons learned the hard way. So I bring that. My goals are to be as vulnerable as we can, even though we know this is a public meeting and there's streaming going on, and I know that can feel awkward sometimes. I want to really, my ideal would be that we really push ourselves, myself included, and I'll do my best to model this, to be as open and candid and blunt and honest as we can about the topics that we're going to discuss. Try to forget that there's even a camera in. Maybe put a different way, if there is somebody at home watching this meeting, I would hope that they will say to themselves after they see our conversation, like, wow, like I've never seen a public body get that real before, and just and do the work, right? And like I love it. Like if I was a citizen and a voter watching that, I would be all in, right? So I want to just collectively push to accomplish that. With that being said, why don't we go around? I'm just gonna leave some time, so I'm going to jump to Jonathan, if you don't mind. Yes.
People here so we can make room.
Absolutely, whatever. Yeah.
Sure. How do you want to have it? Want it this way? Hello. Yeah. Step one more and hold on, I'm gonna wear your glasses to go fine. Read it in here.
Great idea. Somebody is going to yell.
I should know how to make a, there you go.
Make a splash.
We also have social. Oh.
Thank you for that, Susan.
And you can. Generally speaking, we do whatever Roseanne tells us. I'm sorry.
I've been doing the same thing since I started.
You learned quickly.
So Jonathan Garcia, Chief of Staff. My primary role day to day is to do a little bit of everything. Gifts, I think I bring joy to the work. Scenario planner, really thinking a lot about all the variables and possibilities. So what's the most important thing you want to get out of the meeting tonight? I think stronger alignment. Continued conversations around alignment between board and staff.
Yes, it should have been in the survey for pre-work. I didn't, well, I'm the district's general counsel. My primary role, I do know the answer to number two. The primary role is to help manage the district's risk profile, legal compliance, but more than that, to be a trusted advisor and problem solver and help work through things that are slowing us down. Yes, I think I'm a generalist. I think I can see the through line, and I think I have a very deeply held belief that everybody in this room is incredibly committed to the children's district. I believe that gets us. So my goals are what's important to me is that is a thing that guides us, and that we keep focused on the most important things that are moving the needle in this still very dynamic time.
What preparation? Thank you.
Michelle DePass, a board member, board chair this year. My position with PPS, that is my role. And my primary role day to day is I work for the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, City of Portland, focused on two things, spatial justice work and consulting to the Bureau on strategic partnership and engagement with communities. My gifts, I'm really creative. I'm also a strong problem solver. I'm also very aware of what I'm not good at, and I think that is something I'm proud of that actually. My goals for tonight are really to start a conversation where we, I think Jonathan said it, align our board work with our district work. We have two completely different roles, but I think that particularly because of the time right now in which we're governing and leading, it's going to be, our outcomes will be better if we are working kind of together on things. We need to be resilient as a district, and we have completely separate roles, but I think we need to align those roles and figure out how we can work together, particularly as we're addressing the pandemic and achievement gap and some of these, climate change, some of these very large issues that doesn't serve us to hang out in our own camps. It really is going to serve us better to work together, I think.
My name is Sharon Reese. I'm the Chief of Human Resources. Some people call me the churro, but that's a different story. I think that what I would say about my gifts is I am wired to be optimistic and positive, and I think that helps with resiliency and teamwork. I also, I would say I'm dogged in driving to solutions, practical solutions, in part because I'm optimistic and positive. So I believe that it can get better. I believe that there are solutions to any problem. And I'm not afraid to look at a situation or and recognize that something is flawed or needs improvement, and that's okay. My goal for tonight is to understand the board's priorities, which may not all happen tonight, but drive my calibration and alignment in my areas of responsibility to board priorities.
Hi, I'm Roseanne Powell, and I'm the school board manager of the board office. And my daily function is to help the board plan their work for the year, to work with staff and communication, and to also help support the board and issues that they are seeking some information on. So my gifts. I think, like Sharon, I'm an optimist, and I also think that I'm pretty good at seeing people's intentions and kind of seeing through a lot of the things that get in the way of plotting that. And so and I'm sort of driven to try to get people to get into agreement. And I think my goal tonight is I actually think that there's that staff and board have a lot of the same, we have the same want for our students. And so coming to some agreements on how we work together to accelerate that.
Also, yeah, that's really an essential component of our objective, the executives. Just trying to build an alignment where staff and board work better. Thank you.
My name is Amy Constant. I serve on the board. I've served on the board since 2015. I am semi-retired, and this are all my children are out of my house. I would say, like Roseanne and Sharon, I'm definitely an optimist. My professional background is journalism, communication, public policy, so a lot of things that come to bear in this work. But I think for me, what's most important is I'm very much a relationship person, and I believe that that's an essential component to any kind of problem solving. So the kind of problem solving that we do in our day-to-day work, even the way that we seek and use and share information is all kind of based on the relationships that we have. So that's something that's really important to me and something that I really value in other people, that kind of openness and trust and respect. And so tonight, I guess my goals are to see how we can really accelerate our work and our values, our stated board values around wanting to focus on student achievement in this district, and in particular, focus on our opportunity gaps and our achievement gaps. And we've made some pretty audacious goals for ourselves with our board goals. So how do we really organize our work around having impact on making a difference there?
That's great. Thank you. Julia.
Hi, Julia from Edwards. I'm a board member. And this is just started my third term. My day-to-day role, I have I'm responsible for enterprise initiatives and our world headquarter region at Nike for our government and public affairs. My gifts, I'm passionate about public education, and usually I'm leave everything on the field type of person. I think I bring curiosity. I'm really interested in like drawing out other perspectives. I think one of the things I bring is strategic thinking, planning, and like execution of strategy. And then just like an understanding of PPS. I've been connected to it since 1966 as a student, and then 18 years as a parent. I have a lot of histories, both good and bad. And some people might view that as a gift. It's a gift that keeps giving. Not always, it's got mixed. My goals, I think, would be to learn from each other tonight, and I'm interested in the conversation that we're going to have about being an anti-racist board, and then how that would connect to our very specific goals that we articulated around and dramatically improving achievement for Black, Native, and students of color.
Thank you. And to clarify, we will be primarily focused on the working protocol and relationship building, but definitely looking forward to getting to meet with that next time around. So that's all leading there.
I'm Gary Hollins, and I'm a board member, newly elected board member. Gifts, try to keep stuff short. I try to find practical solutions to complex problems. Goal here today is to try to better understand the relationship between the board and staff.
Awesome.
Lupe Guerrero, mentioned my 5th school year at PPS. I would say I bring to the work a depth of instructional leadership, experience executing system strategies to create opportunities for students that oftentimes have been disenfranchised by public ed. Goal, I would say seeking affirmation that our community developed vision remains our North Star, that we have collective agreement around the main thing, which is shared goals for our students and the implementation, preserving of organizational capacity towards implementing and executing on the strategic plan. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm Andrew Scott. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a board member and currently vice chair. In my day job, I work for Metro. I'm the deputy chief operating officer of Metro Regional Government. I'm going to jump right in on this gifts to your vulnerability. I'm going to take you at your word. I'm going to say that the gifts I bring are my white male privilege. And let me explain for just a second, because I think that, one, I'm a poster boy for white male privilege, and we've talked about that in other retreats, but that is often an impediment. So I want to recognize that, and often, is something that needs to be acknowledged and recognized in order to sort of reduce that impact of white dominant culture. But I think in this context, it can also be a gift in terms of moving forward on increasing student achievement in the district. And I think one of the things that I've been really focused on the last few years is, how do white people start talking and working on issues of racial equity? And how do we take on some of that responsibility? And I think one of the best trainings I ever went to 5 years ago sort of drove that point home, that, it's not a question of having the privilege and trying to get rid of it. It's a question of having the privilege and trying to use it for good. And that really stuck with me. And it's actually one of the reasons why I ran for the school board, was the sense that there are conversations that I can have using that white male privilege that I hope can be really helpful in moving forward on some of the shared goals. So while it can be an impediment, it can also be a gift in the right circumstances. And then I would say my goal for tonight is to focus on some of those board protocols and really thinking about how those protocols help us advance our shared goals, because I agree, I think we have the shared goals, but really sort of focusing on why are we talking about these and how are they going to result in better.
Thank you. Thanks for the one. Claire.
I'm Claire Hertz, and I'm the Deputy Superintendent of Business and Operations. And what does that mean? That means buses, and buses.
These days.
It's finance, it's IT, it's safety and security, enrollment and transfer, nutrition services, facilities, bond program, non-instructional areas of the district. And my gifts are that I bring 25 years of cabinet level school district experience and having successful relationships between senior leadership and boards, and really working towards the equity focused outcomes for all of our students. So that's a gift that I bring to the team. And my goal is really thinking of this as a whole team. While there's a distinct staff role and a distinct board role, we are one team in bringing this district forward and implementing the vision from our community. And so the most important thing I would like to get out of this meeting is to develop, we have some new board members and some of us are just beginning to interact with, and really establishing the foundation for trusting relationships to move our work forward.
I love how you use the word team. It doesn't seem to be typical sometimes between boards and the staff. But that would be a huge goal of mine. If you all walk out of here feeling like a team, like one team, not two different parts of the team, would be awesome.
My name is Herman Green. I am a new board member. And let's see, my primary day-to-day role, I preach, and it's everywhere. And so I'm a community person. So my day-to-day is to, right now, in light of things, is to work with different ones to try to minimize gun violence that we're seeing within the communities that are now stretching beyond the different zip codes that they once were in. So a lot of my work is really helping people to see peace, helping people to find different ways and opportunities to address frustration and lack and poverty and pain. And I work with people all day. The gift that I have is that I'm extremely optimistic. There's always a better way. There's always a way. I relationship is king, so I'll lose money before I lose relationship. And I have no problem dealing with conflict, none whatsoever. It to me, conflict is the nature of the beast. In order to sometimes you got to create waves, and you got to make waves, and then you got to go through the waves. So I don't see it as a problem. It's just another step on my ladder. My goal for this evening is that being a new board member and a new player on this team is to get a clear understanding around roles, expectations, and who's doing what, and how to get things done without red tape. That's what I'm looking at. I hate tape, and I hate it even more if it's red. So how do I get what I need done? And I hope that I'll hear that tonight, or at least hear who I need to talk to, and yeah, just move on.
Well, this is the holy row right here. I'm Ailey Lowry, and I'm a school board member as well. My day job is I'm a United Methodist pastor, so Herman and I geek out about the Ark of the Covenant.
Yes, we
yeah.
do.
But I see when you said primary role, I sort of assumed that was about the work we do in the district. And so I think my primary day-to-day role as a board member is both to be the governing body and sort of be concerned with governance, and then to also be an ambassador. So that sort of connection between the community and the district, and sort of helping facilitate, like you said, relationships. It can be a big system. So how do we help people find where the person they need to talk to so they can get it done? The gifts I bring, I think I'm thoughtful. I can be funny sometimes, hit and miss on the jokes. And I deeply care about people. And I would say that sometimes, you're the one that's let's get it done, I want to cut the red tape. I think one of my gifts sometimes is to slow down the process. And just say no, or to say, let's be a little more conservative, let's think this through. Which can be a gift sometimes. Again, all of its degrees. I would echo a lot of what Amy and Claire said about my goals for tonight, that it's how do we form as a team to really be trusting and strong so that we can get the work done for our kids. Because I think, for me, it's often really easy to get sucked into the adult drama in our relationships in lots of ways, and really it's about our students. I mean, that's why I'm here, is because I have been a volunteer in public education for years and years, and just deeply passionate about opportunities for students and helping them access excellent education. And I'm deeply passionate about our community created vision, and the board goals we have, and the strategic plan, and really how can we align so that we can really execute well on those things that we have before us.
Another goal I'm adopting: no more drama. Love it. Danny.
Hi, my name's Danny Ledesma. I'm the Racial Equity and Social Justice Advisor. Day to day, I advise the superintendent in the district on our efforts around racial justice. I also help lead some of our strategic implementation of that work. I think my gifts, I would say I've got a lot of experience working in the public sector, leading big systems around systems change, particularly in this work. I've always worked at the intersection of community development and racial justice and education. And so I think with that experience, I've gotten to know Oregon and Portland really well. I tend to be pretty strategic, and I think I have a pretty good nose for where there's power that needs to be disrupted, and I've got a radar to go try to create some mayhem there. I love a party, and I love the bigger party, the better. And so I think I really thrive around trying to think about how we sort of bring more people to the table who need to be at the table, the people furthest from educational justice who are at the decision-making table. So I think that orientation helps us really kind of push the district to where we need to go. I think my goal for tonight is to continue to be in support of the board and the district and trying to create and cultivate a culture where we're collaborating and we're focused, highly focused on our goal of supporting our students of color.
Thank you. Jackson.
Hi, I'm Jackson Weinberg. I'm the student representative to the PPS Board of Education. So that's my position with PPS. my primary role day to day, obviously a student, but also I'm the student advisor to the Oregon, the State School Board, executive director of policy research and operations for a nonprofit called Oregon Student Voice, student representative to the Restorative Justice Coalition of Oregon, and secretary on another nonprofit, and a couple other things I'm sure I forgot. Gifts. I'd say I'm fairly analytical. I'm also pretty good at communicating my beliefs, representing students, hopefully. I mean, that's my job. And my goals for tonight, just to build relationships with the board. So again, we limit the drama and we can focus on centering students, which is kind of my second goal of making sure we center students in this conversation and every other conversation we have with the board.
Awesome. Thanks for your leadership and for being here. Thank you all. This is an amazing group. I look forward to digging in. Oh, I'm sorry, Cheryl, you were here.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Cheryl Proctor. I'm the Chief Academic Officer for PPS. My primary role day to day is all things curriculum instruction, teaching and learning, in service of supporting all students in being successful in school. As far as gifts that I bring, I am equity focused. I am strategic in my thinking and in my approach about, continuous improvement and how we're able to help move the needle on some of our, system goals. And my goal for this evening is to really be a contribution to the conversation of how we can bridge, the board and its work, governance, along with the staff in its implementation of our day-to-day roles.
I'm Tara Basha, the executive assistant to the board, and so my general role is to support the board and the board office, and then also the public in their interactions with the board. And I am generally good at organization and Excel spreadsheets. And my goal tonight is to, always my goal is to just find how I can continue to support the board so that they can spend their time and energy focusing on the students and creating a stronger student experience.
One of the things I can't stand about masks is that they smile. My wife tells me I smile with my eyes.
There's actually a word called smize.
Smize?
Smize.
Okay. That's good.
Post-COVID.
We got it all figured out. These norms, I believe, were shared at the November 24th board meeting. I want to also take a minute, not only for this meeting, but we have 2 more times together this year because we'll use these every time. And Roseanne, may ask for your help to, after we finish any tweaks, getting them up somehow. I've got some poster board or something. Sorry for jumping spot.
Yeah.
I might need to take a picture of it after depending on
Is it all possible to get a larger makeup model that's larger and wear my glasses?
Yeah, I can probably make it larger. Hold on. Sorry, I try really hard to keep my slides as large as text, but this one got a little busy.
Or I can move.
Here, no, it's fine. I can make it bigger. Hold on. More, or is that better?
You know what? I'll just.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I
That's
wonder
all right.
if anybody else is having a hard time seeing them, if there's a way to get them in front of us.
Yeah, if you want to send me or share that with me, we can put it in the board book and board members can follow along.
Okay.
That was nothing in there. March 2012 was 22.
I think, Michelle, you emailed these out to us at one point, so we also do have them in our email.
And if it's just these, I can get up and move, but if there's gonna be a whole bunch of slides, I
Oh,
have to figure out.
There are a couple more with smaller text,
You
so.
know what? I'll just make it easy. If everybody else can see, I'll just move temporarily.
There you go. That'll work.
How about, I can email it directly to you too.
Okay. That's personalized.
I'm full service. Anybody else need it in their email?
Would you please also add me?
Kara? Yeah.
Kara?
Roseanne, I'm just gonna send it to you. I don't have Julia's email now. And Kara. Kara, maybe you can send it to Julia.
Yes, I will send it to Julia and put it in Word also.
Okay.
Now that I got.
Okay. Are we coming back? All right, cool. Okay, so, Michelle, feel free to jump in, but I understand from the last time we looked at these,
But you can see, okay.
that maybe there wasn't quite enough time to tweak them or feel ownership over them, so.
Yes, so we presented them at a board meeting, I believe it was on August 24th. And the feedback I received was that, you know, they're better if they can be co-created, which I completely agree with. But I put it out there, presented it as something that we should co-create. We should have some shared agreements about how we carry on our meetings. And we're doing this again in service of, you know, working to become an anti-racist board, respectful conversations, etc. But this was literally just me putting a list of things together, and I have not gotten input from the rest of the board. It would be really
We do
valuable.
have some board protocols that we have discussed as a group.
Yeah, they're sitting in front of you they were under your name tag. We're not looking at them actually here.
Okay, we'll save it.
Those, I think those are a little bit more like technical in nature in
Yeah.
terms of, I don't know that that's exactly what we're going for here.
This is operating protocols.
Yeah, this is more like how you,
Yeah,
what you go
board,
through if you want to email
superintendent, staff.
somebody and blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
This is more about tonight and how we're relating to each other in the conversation. So I don't know that that's maybe the best source.
Yeah, no, this is a little bit different document that we have in front of us.
Yeah.
We're talking about, you know, our, how we, what we do in our meetings. What are our agreements about how we're gonna have our meetings?
Yeah.
And it's just, again, it's just a practice that I see at work and in other
And I actually do feel
groups I'm
like,
involved with
Yeah.
that use shared agreements when they start their meetings.
Yeah, totally common.
and I think page 3 of the protocol gives us also a jumping off space. Like I see a lot of parallel with like, you know, board members agree to listen carefully and with courtesy. I think that's a little bit of the listen to understand, not respond. I think there's some stuff here that
Yes.
that aligns with what's up there as
Cool.
well.
So all I'm really after is something that Roseanne can help me get onto a piece of paper that we'll put in front so that as we're talking, we see those
Yes.
words, the shorter and sweeter, the better. They'll just kind of keep us on track and keep us reminded about what we agreed to in terms of our interaction with each other. So for example, like one I would love to have on there would be vulnerable, like we start with. But I'm open to anything that y'all want to either change about one of these or just come up with a different. But if we come up with more, we might have to take some off, so just be forewarned.
Yeah, we can have as many or as few as we need, but I think the conversation is valuable.
I have questions about 2 of them, or a question about one and then a comment about the other. So assume good intentions, but attend to impact. I'm not sure what that actually means. And then the personal stories say lessons can be shared. I've been in lots of meetings where we have that. I think one of the tricky things for us is because this is a public meeting, and so what we're saying is broadcast, that I think we want to be vulnerable, but we also need to remember that if we're expecting a level of confidentiality, the people in this room may all honor that, but that what we're saying is on YouTube. And so that's a good, like, respectful one to have, but I would hate us to forget that piece, because it is important to know that we are broadcasting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, my interpretation of this is the intended impact is like assume the best in people, but try to be aware of how your words are affecting someone in the room. Is that right?
Yes, it's the idea that you might not intend to hurt somebody, but the impact might have been that you hurt someone. And so it's really understanding that intention does not equal impact.
And that's a two-way street too, so
And it's a
assume, like if you've been harmed by someone, assume that wasn't necessarily their intent, but that you can express that how you were impacted.
Yes.
And I'm one of those people who's been taught not to say but, because it mitigates the clause beforehand, and so that was part of my struggle with that. I wasn't sure what that was trying to say.
So do you wanna modify it to
Maybe
say and
separate,
affect the impact?
like assume good intentions, which I think fits in with, respect one another as listening to respond, allow for different opinions, assume good intentions. And then I think be aware of our own impact of how we show up. Is a separate clause.
Could we change the word but to and?
Sure.
Not for anything other than just your consideration. In our professional development with the Center for Equity and Inclusion, we've had a set of 5 sort of group agreements that we've been using across different teams. And they're very similar, but they're very concise. So just for your consideration, one is stay engaged. The second is speak your truth responsibly. The third is listen to understand, and Hanif and the team really talk about like listening to believe one another. And be willing to do things differently and experience discomfort and expect and accept non-closure. And then there is one for non-public meetings that's around confidentiality, but.
I really like those.
This has been around for these
I
conversations.
mean, all the better if it's something
Yes, it
we've
is.
been using in other settings. That's great.
Which is, Herman did a great job of also reminding us that it really builds off the Courageous Conversations protocol that we had
Yeah, that's
been,
what I just said.
that we've done as well. So.
We used to have those posters all over the place.
Yes, there used, everywhere you went. So again, this is, if we're gonna do racial equity work, operationalize it, rather than talk about it, we can actually create meeting agreements. And I mean, I'll look at them before meetings. I really like those Center for Equity and Inclusion. They're very concise.
I can send them to her Zoom.
Yeah, I really like those, and since some of our staff is already using that,
Yeah.
it feels like, again, as we're looking at team.
Anyone
Yes.
opposed to just rolling with those?
Not at all.
Yeah, and if you could just help us see them somehow, that'd be great. Well, even if just written with a marker. whatever's easy.
Here, why don't I just write them down?
Yeah,
Perfect, thank you.
great, thank you.
You can sign.
She
Also.
just shot right past it.
Yeah, scrolling.
Stay engaged, yeah, and actually there was one more thing that I wanted to throw out here, around stay engaged actually, which is, I know, and I'm gonna defer to your judgment, and I won't judge. I know that sometimes there's emergencies going on, but the more that you all can stay engaged and not be on your phones, all the better. So, yeah, I defer to your judgment, it's really necessary, but we're looking at it all engaged.
I have one child.
Yes, ma'am.
I have one child who had his birthday today, and I have not had an opportunity to
You don't even have
engage
to
with
tell
him
me.
yet, so I'm anxiously waiting this
You don't even
long.
have to tell me, you step out, I know it's something important, I trust you.
Family stuff is.
Yeah, and I may have to as well. I would only say, I thought you were mentioning it for here on the staying engaged, because being engaged also means coming prepared for the discussion.
Yes.
And I find, I would put that one as a thought around, for us to have a productive conversation, then we all have to sort of have enough background, content, and knowledge to actually, otherwise we're making different points that oftentimes don't make sense with what we already know about the industry we're talking about.
Oh, yeah, we might all, that may be a tweak for, to add in this.
It's also a really good governing piece, I think, because there's no way as a board member you can know what's going on, and we shouldn't have to, and we don't.
Well,
It's not really our purview.
a sneak preview, the data on, there was a question on there about board members' preparation. Whether board members are prepared, and it's not what it should be. And we'll talk about that more.
So the only thing, I like these are fine. The one I really like up there that I want to make sure we don't lose is the weight.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's really important for our board is to ask those questions every time. Why am I talking or why am I not talking? And I like that that was added. I don't think originally when we talked about that, it was sort of why am I talking, which is probably more of our problem, but also it can be a problem, why am I not talking, right?
Absolutely.
Why is my voice not?
And I mean, as an introvert, and there may be some in the room, I don't usually talk, unless I really feel like I need to, right? But that doesn't mean that I shouldn't work. So, yeah, I totally agree.
I agree, Andrew, that that's a really crucial one for us.
Do you want to add?
Yeah, that is,
Yeah,
and
we'll
then
add
our board meetings can go very, very long.
Yeah.
Just
With
ridiculous.
not in service to the issue at hand often.
Got it.
It
Lot of
also
grandstanding.
balances the introvert, extrovert, so an introvert's gonna need longer to formulate their ideas, just gonna think before they speak, and I think that addresses.
Yeah, this is great.
I think it also addresses kind of like the difference between a student representative and also board members and the dynamic between entering an adult dominated space, wholly dominated basically as the one individual. So having the why am I not talking, I think is super important for like board members to also realize like why is the student representative, not just me, but who's coming next? Why are they not participating as much as every other board member?
Do you want to add that to this list?
Wait, yeah, I think everyone's in agreement on putting that on there.
Yeah.
Not you wait, me. Don't wait. Thank you, Danny, so much. That was a huge, helpful contribution.
Yeah, those are great, thank you.
I just love you again for the Boy Scout model. Keep it there.
Eric?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. We good to keep going?
You said something, Ben, about perfection, and I'm just checking to see if that's up there. That's the idea, or this idea about being vulnerable, that it's okay to show up authentically, and you might not be perfect, you might make a mistake.
I heard that in experience discomfort, which is why I didn't say anything else.
Okay, experience discomfort. Yeah.
Like it?
Mhm.
All right. Easy. Couple more building blocks. We're going to be as we get into the conversation around different issues of race. There's going to be terms that it's important that we're all on the same page in terms of what they mean. These are not necessarily set in stone, and these are not things that I came up with. These are just various sources. But I'm going to give you a minute to just read through. Can everyone see them to read? I want to let you read them, and then either give me a thumbs up or jump in if you think something is unclear or you want to clarify.
The third one, Latinx, I understand that some people like to use that term. I think it's just Washington Post or New York Times, like actually 5% of Latino people use the term.
I have seen articles on that. Yeah.
Just understand people have different preferences for how they refer to themselves.
What would be your preference?
Mine, I'm Chicano, but Latino works for me.
Latino? Is everyone in the room, does anyone have an issue?
I agree. I'm like, who named that? Who came
Well,
up with that?
and we're the
BIPOC
ones,
too.
we're the ones who created the problem by having gender specific, nouns and pronouns, like you can just say Latina and Latino. You don't have to translate to our dominant strain.
I'm only pointing out that people have different preferences. I'm not suggesting which one we should use.
All that matters is this room. That's all. This is just for us. So whatever's the preference in this room is what we'll do.
The same thing can be said for Black. Like it's like we used to be like my dad, is an immigrant. He was like we were Negroes, and then we were like Black, and now we're African American, and I guess we're going to Black again. So I think that the idea is that there's multiple ways to identify, and not everybody that's of a certain group identifies the same.
Yeah. This is really just about what language is going to make the 15th, 17th of us most comfortable.
on number 4, historically underserved students of color. I know we say that all the time, but the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking that's really like deficit-based. It's like someone coming in naming those poor students, and it's bothered me for some time. Because actually, those groups were in the global majority, and to say underserved is true. And I'm wondering if there's a better term to. They're underserved by our institutions, by us. And so is it the burden on the students that are underserved, or is it the burden on the institution for taking responsibility for underserving? I guess that's what it is. So anyway, I've just been thinking about that. How we talk about students of color, it's always like it's so negative and so deficit-based. It's not empowering. I think about that. Like, brown people are the global majority around the world, and yet, I don't know. I don't know if anybody else has thought about that, but that's one that I'm really dwelling on a lot.
I think we take issue with the term historically. I think it's always been about underserved, not historic underserved, because it's a misnomer.
Yeah.
Also, Jackson and I have a co question. Jackson asked me sort of like the last part of Native American, who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment.
Yeah.
I would just lop that one off, just given the history and the context of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, this is like Merriam-Webster, so totally open to improve upon. And this is a term that's been used by the district, and so that's why it's in some of our data. So that's why I wanted to clarify.
Okay. Yes.
But that doesn't mean we have to use it. I'm just saying that's
We're
I didn't know
to
what
root
it
it out.
was. I thought maybe I didn't know anything else.
Can I ask a question? Because I heard you talk about the word underserved, and I don't have all the history here. My understanding is it used to be sort of underachieving students of color, which was very much putting the blame on the student. It was sort of shifted to underserved to sort of try and shift that to say, no, it's not that you're underachieving, it's that we're underserving you.
Right.
I hear you talking about the historically is problematic because we're still currently underserving those students.
Yeah.
But this sounds like there's a couple different things going on.
I love this like iteration.
Yeah, so I just want to.
Yeah, I think from our end, I've tried to root out every time we have historic in that language, and I think Claire and Russ have really tried to put that out there, but it pops up every once in a while. But in terms of, I think what I've heard from community members is that underserved, speaks to the condition of students, not necessarily in a deficit base, but the implication is that the institution is underserving them. So, but I haven't had a conversation about it. Yeah, not
the
that
burden
they're.
is not on the students.
Yes. But I haven't had a conversation with folks about that.
Is there a preferred term to use in substitution when it's necessary? Sometimes we use it when it's not necessary to use.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the history of the district has always been to use underserved students because we were worried about legal sort of ramifications for focusing on students of color. And I think as we've, with the support of the board, we've become more bold around saying like our focus is on race and centering race and students of color. So I think when we talk about our students and our students of color, we say BIPOC students are students of color. And I think we're moving away from the historically underserved students because there's been, it's not explicit and it's not, it doesn't disaggregate in a way that's intentional or gets to the lived experiences of our students. It's too easy to say, to lump all of our students together as one thing. So I think we try to be explicit about the specific student population that we're talking about.
So maybe to resolve, maybe we should, if we use the term underserved, try to clarify it's underserved by the district.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask, I was like, if we can intentionally, should we identify who is underserving the students of color? So, like saying something like institutionally underserved students, something like that.
Or not use the term altogether. We don't have to. Right. Students of color, we're going to get to in the next slide too.
Well, I still think that we should name what has historically been underserving our students.
Fair enough.
Whether it's the district or, since we're talking about the district, that's who's underserving kids. So I think if we put the onus on who is doing it,
Yeah.
and, you know, that's just my thought.
Does that help, Sean?
Before you go on, just also looking at race and how we define race there. You know, I wonder about, is it possible to get clear, that it's a social construct that groups people? Groups, you know, that puts people into groups, divided, based on their physical traits regarding, you know, but really just to kind of front load that with it being a social construct.
Yes.
Got it.
Carol, did you read Cast?
I certainly did.
And that whole
I
chapter?
cried, I was traumatized.
Yes.
Yes, very good.
I will definitely update those.
Yeah.
Any other burning points?
So in our work with CEI, we talk about racism and the three expressions of racism. And so we talk about the sort of personal, the systemic, and so I think,
We're going to cover that actually in a couple slides. So I will better define that. This is a little bit more like top.
I think we're missing, you were gonna say, I think missing cultural racism
Yes.
that we talk about.
Got it.
Sorry, Lauren.
No, thanks. Thanks for
Teamwork. She actually gave you very little to work with there, and you knew exactly where she was going.
This is
He's an A
who
student.
we are. I think that's who we are as PPS. I mean, literally,
Yeah.
that's
So
exactly.
she said CEI, and she said, mentioned Hanif earlier, it was a ringer as to where it was at.
Yeah. Well, we've all been taking that PD.
So the other question I had,
Yes.
are you done? Is, and I'm just thinking about the conversations I had when we had the AAPI History Month and the sensitivity of like anti-Asian racism. And I'm looking at the definition and it, I'm just wondering how you think about that. And I don't know if that's a different slide, but there is, it was interesting when I asked people about it, they had a lot of thoughts about anti-Asian racism in PPS, and it wasn't Pacific Islanders, so to me, it seems like that's missing. It's sort of like we're the model minority, but actually we have a lot of kids who aren't achieving, we're not represented. So I'm just saying that's missing, and I wonder where that would.
So this is probably really heady, but so Dr. Brown and now Dr. Adams, we've been working around sort of like how we collect data, particularly racial data, because by doing the lumping of underserved students of color, it does sort of paint a picture and really, and we're behind the times in education, if you look at what the health department does and at the state of Oregon, the way that Asian sort of categories have been disaggregated, you do see that there are significant gaps based on sort of like tenure around immigration, there's differences between our Vietnamese and our Hmong population versus our Japanese and Chinese population. And so to say that there is no gap for Asian students is actually really a misnomer. And so I think the danger is around this like lumping historically underserved. So I think it's again going to like what Jerry said around like the intention and just being really explicit about.
Yeah, I don't know what I changed here, but I just feel like there's something missing there that I heard a lot of people talk about.
It's a fair point. I'll work on it. In terms of terms that we're going to try to avoid, and again, jump in here and redirect me. But some of this is based on feedback and conversations I've had with some folks in the room. I think what I'm proposing in terms of terms that we try to avoid using students of color or people of color because they do tend to erase identities and lump people together. Unless, and the only distinction I'm going to offer, and tell me if this is okay or not, is that unless we're truly referring to like every other racial group that is white. Otherwise, I think we should talk about what we're talking about. Does that make sense or not?
Well, yes, I mean, we kind of sprinkled throughout some of our documents we do use that term, and some of our policies are, I mean, they're,
It's in the racial equity policy, students of color.
it is in the racial equity policy, and so, but that's not to say everything's updated automatically every time there's a new term for something. And we do go through these policies regularly. But yeah, I mean, this does appear in some of the way we talk about students, so.
I guess what I'm saying is I think maybe we should just try, if we're talking about Black people or Latino
Yes.
people, we should use that word, not students. Like we should
That would
identify
be
who
my
that-
preference if it was me, if I was it
Is
would be
this-
my preference to
So
call people.
I'm personally challenged with that concept because I also believe in unity among communities of color. And so how do we create this opportunity to think about how we are united more than we're separated? So I think frankly, the way that it's framed there, it's actually framed from a white perspective about, bringing people together, communities of color together. I mean, this is what white supremacy tries to do is divide communities of color. So I'm not suggesting that one word creates that tension, but offering it in that way, I think creates, at least for me, makes me feel uncomfortable that it becomes some I don't know. So I just want to caution us that not to go to the extreme.
Not to stop using.
Is there,
I'm not
is,
suggesting.
yeah, is there a way that we could meet both ends, both affirming and calling out? Like, I just, in my own life, noticed, like, people have a hard time saying Black person. Like, it's tough to get out, and I'm okay with it. Is there a way to both affirm, maybe it's non-white students?
I agree with you that, like, especially my experience in Portland is that getting people, when we talk around the Black experience and Black people, that we tend to sort of say, like, the urban, the street, or like the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I do think that, we need to be intentional, and I think that our theory of action does sort of in a very sort of explicit way calls out sort of Black and Native because of the history. I think I identify, I mean, I guess one of the things that I struggle with in sort of looking at that in both the terms around BIPOC and students of color, people of color is, as a person of color, I identify as a person of color. I also identify as Latina, as Native American as well. And for me, I think that that's something that's interchangeable. And I think that the history of Portland, as Jonathan talked about, like there's a coalition of communities of color. There's like a strong history of people who really are, who identify and see unity in sort of being, and identify as being people of color, and BIPOC as well. They're really seen as terminology that's empowering, and that goes against the sort of like white dominant sort of vernacular and cultural narrative. So I think I get the minority and subgroup and wanting to be explicit, but I do think that there's still room for using BIPOC and students of color and people of color, because that's, in our community, has a really strong history and a movement behind that.
Okay. Again, this is not didactic, so like, this is just trying to get on the same page about the terms we want to use in this room. I think the challenge is that there's different viewpoints. Like I've heard two different things from two different people about how the student of color term makes them feel. We should respect both, but that's where it gets really tricky, right?
I guess for me, it looks like, it's coming from who is saying it, right? If I'm saying it to a group of folks, it's different than when some white guy is saying it or a white lady is saying it, right? And so, how do you marry those, or how do you differentiate this? How do you divide that when we say it, we're looking at unity, we're looking at coalition building, we're looking at this, versus when some white person says it and it just feels like they're lumping everybody together for lack of being lazy, I guess. That's just my own thought, right? So how do we, what Jonathan is saying, I 100% get that. That is 100% correct. On the other hand, you know, when you get folks that saying it and it just seems like they just lumping us or they just putting us in a box somewhere, how do we navigate?
So as a white person, if I can just follow up with you.
Go ahead, you got that.
How do I not fall into that trap? I'm totally being like, help me like figure out how not to set that line.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that answer.
It just is what it is, which is fair.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
I'm gonna speak if that's okay. I think context matters. And there's a time when we are having unifying conversations and we need to be unified as a people of color. And we need to speak in terms of that, especially amongst ourselves, when we come together as groups of people of color. But also when, in the context of the work that we do as educators, there is a time where we have to call out and look specifically at, in my work and what I told my team just very recently, in my approach of all students achieving, I first have to understand who is not achieving. And in order for me to understand who is not achieving, I have to look at the Black student. I have to look at the Native students. I have to look at the data that specifically calls students by, by in a very particular way, so that I could get to a bigger answer, and so that I could ultimately get to all. But yeah, so that's what I wanted to just raise is that context of the conversation really matters. There's gonna be a need for us to look specifically and to name our very specific groups so that we can problem solve around them and to ensure even as an organization and as we look at problem solving across broader questions, that we are intentional about implementing some of those antidotes to white supremacy culture on behalf of Black children, Native children, etc. So context, right? Context matters in the conversation.
I think
I
we
love
agree.
that.
So it might not be so much as trying to avoid it as opposed to when we use it.
The time and the place.
And I think what we've raised is the context matters, who the speaker is matters. I think there's some generational differences too, like as terms change and what people are comfortable with and the history. But I think this whole page is really summed up by that sentence in bold at the end, or the bold part at the end. Let's try to say exactly what we mean. And I think Dr. Proctor, you just outlined that really clearly, like when we're talking about Black students, we're talking about Native students and their success, and then all students succeeding. And then let's have grace for each other on this and assume best intent, because we do use this language differently. But to be aware and thoughtful about the impact, I think, that attend to impact part, Michelle. And then, like Gary, what you said, it's different for you to say students of color than for me, and what do we mean by that, and when do we say it? And is it an inclusion moment, and a unity moment, or is it an erasure? And I think that's and hopefully when we get to that place of vulnerability and really clear teamwork, that we can help each other to do that better. And that I think is kind of what you're trying to get at, is let's be thoughtful and intentional about our language usage so that we're clear.
Yeah, totally, and try to be shared, unified, but, I guess what I'm also just reminded of from this conversation is it's just not, as much as I like to get things really, like, concrete, perfectly clear, there isn't always a clean answer to these terms.
Except non-closure.
And sometimes we just have to be okay with that discomfort, like, just the lack of perfection.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all, I can say for myself, definitely a student of all of this. I have my own experience walking through the world in Portland and other places, and my own white cultural background. I identify as Black, but I'm actually from a Spanish-speaking Black family, immigrant on one side, and so it's multiple identities, and and it's generational too. But I think the point of this is to get the conversation on the table. I think this is
and then it's okay to talk about, even if that's just the first step. Right? If we can feel comfortable with each other saying, hey, I didn't, that term you used made me feel this way, or I'd rather you say this.
Yes, everybody has permission to correct me if I'm wrong all the time.
And be especially if I'm super uncomfortable.
Okay.
And with the conversation we're about to have, I'm just going to
And it's the right conversation to have and to raise, you know, some things for us to consider and think about. You know, for example, to avoid using the term minority, although I may not agree with the reason why that's posted, it's still good to understand and to, you know, talk about the kinds of language that we'll use and how we will, you know, engage with a shared language.
And for me to understand more about what it means to you, someone else
Right.
may be different.
Right. So, you know, and just because I raised it, if it's okay.
Yeah.
You know, the rationale to say the reason why we don't use minority, for example, is because we ignore the fact that white people will, in and of itself, there'll be a minority in the world population or in the US population. And I think there's something to be said about white dominant culture, that it almost doesn't matter if white people are in the minority. There's a dominant culture that permeates this world across multiple continents, across multiple countries, and across multiple cultures. And it has been impacted for hundreds of thousands of years, right? So the rationale is not quite, you know, something that I could align to, but I definitely can align to, we just don't need to use that word, minority, because it is deficit race, for sure. Yeah, yeah.
All right, well, this is a work in progress. We'll keep at it. Thank you for that. Thank you for the candor and the pushback. So I have a couple more things I want to do in sort of this section of our conversation tonight. And I just want to also acknowledge up front, like I just said, this is not my expertise in terms of leading conversations about race. I'm obviously a white man. I don't have experience. What? I know, it's hard to tell. People miss it all the time. But you know, I don't feel credible. So I just want you to know the conversation we're about to have, and we've already started. I'm not a consultant or an expert or a trainer or anything. I'm just a peer on a journey with you trying to figure this out. Resources I'm bringing here, anything I'm bringing for us to use and work with, it's just stuff that I've been taught through other trainings or other experiences I've worked with. It's nothing that I've come up with myself. So I just want to not own any of it. I think it is, I'm bringing you some of the best stuff, I think, that I've experienced. Hopefully you'll feel that way too. But I guess I found it useful in trying to understand these issues better. So this is an activity where around identity. And so we're going to, I was going to do this whole group, but we're kind of behind on time. So I think we're going to pair up and get each table, or three if there's three at a table to do this together. But it's a simple statement where you say, I am, identifying what you consider to be the most important dimensions of your identity, but I am not, and this is where you might try to identify stereotypes that you struggle with online. Any questions? So I'm going to model it.
Okay. Yes. I guess maybe understanding the purpose of the activity?
Yeah, it's just to, I think it is, and those that have done it before, tell me if I'm missing some. But to me, what I found helpful about it is to help me understand that, like how I see my own identity. And what about my own identity I don't always think others see or don't see right. And it also, more importantly, probably helped me learn that about my peers. And it was important going forward and work with them to know this stuff. So, I'll give you two different types for me. One is, I am a white man, but I am not someone who thinks I'm superior. I do strive to acknowledge my privilege and be a force for changing and reducing inequity, though I'm certainly not there. I'll give you a non-race oriented one also. I am an introvert, as I mentioned earlier, but I am not angry, depressed, or antisocial. just because I am often quiet. So there's two different ways of approaching it. Both are cool. You know, how this is just your thing, but whatever you want to do. Share. All right, so I'm going to give you just a few minutes. I'll be able to tell you, just at your table.
Or pairs? Groups or
Pairs, ideally, but if you need three,
I'll start, but I swear to God.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Yeah.
Your last name is Green. Okay, so I'm scared.
The whole driving force, like sort of Socratic.
But I am not.
Yeah, I can see
but I'm trying to.
So, do you read the last page?
Socratic method is like,
It's like, I feel like, okay, that's a good one. I like the, there's longevity.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say realistic. But I like it that you said it. Okay, I am not.
Amazing state. Is that what
I have
on this one?
Okay. I like this.
Midday. Midday person. I know how to hustle for I also know how to
I love it.
I have one. Or like the
I am very analytical, but I am not. Actually, I am not.
My daughter, it was her first.
I feel like,
my agent literally called me.
maybe because I
She brought back. She was crying. But I
I know we did.
Second year, the rest of them.
I am.
Yeah.
Before we go.
But
Not me. Okay, so. Okay, so.
Deputy superintendent.
I am a friend. I'm a friend to a lot of community that
See left sides.
but I am not supportive of anything that they do.
So I hope that was a helpful opportunity to make a connection with the person next to you. If you did find it useful, I would encourage you to keep doing it with others in these types of meetings, staff, board, et cetera. We didn't all get to hear each other. I wish we had.
Inter and
Yeah, totally. So we could. I want to start to shift the conversation into this sort of one of our main objectives, which is to try to better understand how we can be a quote unquote anti-racist school board and school district and what that means. And so I'm going to start by just sharing this video from Ibram X. Kendi. Many of you have probably read this book. Just to let him explain it himself, and then we'll go from there. And as you listen, I'd like you to think about, as he's talking, like how it sort of relates and applies back to your work.
X. Kendi, and I'm the author of How to Be an Anti-Racist. And this book really seeks to show that the contrast is actually not between racist and not racist, but the contrast is between racist and anti-racist. What I think many people who self-identify as not racist don't realize is that really over the course of history, nearly every group of people that we actually consider to be racist have also identified as not racist, whether that's white supremacists today or segregationists of yesterday. And so really, each of us should be striving to be anti-racist, not necessarily striving to be not racist, because really that's a term primarily of denial, and it's a term really that doesn't have much meaning. But it does mean something to be racist. When someone says that there's something wrong with a racial group, they're being racist. When someone says there's nothing wrong with any of the racial groups, they're being anti-racist. When someone supports policies that create and reproduce racial inequity, they're being racist. When someone supports policies that yield and create racial equity, they're being an anti-racist. And these aren't necessarily identities or fixed categories or tattoos. Literally, what we're doing in each moment determines who and what we are in each moment. And people change from moment to moment and from year to year. And I think we should identify people based on what they're saying and doing, because no one ever becomes racist or even anti-racist.
So just curious, maybe just can hear from a couple of folks, like what takeaways from that message?
Let me read off a list of excellent credentials that Ibram has. I should say Dr. Ibram Kendi. So
Sorry.
I'm mistake for underbossing you, but
Close that window. Any takeaways for your work in your role?
As for me, it makes me think about sort of the journey that we've been on for the last 5 years, really, like starting with our process of developing a community-led vision and like really, for the first time I've seen in this district, authentically engaging a much broader group of stakeholders and really listening to people. And then coming up with a vision that recognizes the vastly disparate experiences that people have and that students have in our district, a lot of times broken down by race. And that we're not, one district with equal opportunity and, all those things that we wish we were. So starting at that place and realizing this is the work that we have to do. And I would say having a very explicitly anti-racist leader, a superintendent who always talks about things in terms of interrupting systems of oppression. It's just been a series of iterations as a district, from our vision to our board goals, to our strategic plan, to our hiring practices, to our budgetary prioritization, to, how do we have an anti-racist lens in all of that work. And for me, just for my personal path in the last 5 years, I really see that as a crescendo and as our focus being more finely tuned.
I mean, Kendi's central point in all of his writings and in his talks, you're one or the other. You're acting in ways that are either breaking down systems of oppression or you're reinforcing them. You can't claim neutrality on this because, to your point, that's a false struggle. So when you think about how that relates to our work, I think Dr. Constant just mentioned all the different avenues by which we can critically examine whether we move the needle in an anti-racist way in our policies and practices, or we're actually just reinforcing them or exaggerating them further. So, that's the question we have to ask ourselves in every move that we make.
Yeah, I think this is, I think Kendi's central point also about, it's very much black and white, which is different than a lot of areas of our life which have quite a lot of gray area. I like what he said about policymaking, because that is one of the things the board does, as you know. And I think we can choose. Well, I mean, a lot of the actions and activities that have happened since I've been on the board are aimed in an anti-racist way. We've renamed some schools. We've been very intentional about hiring, senior leadership of color and talent. And so a lot of these activities are moving in that right direction. And I think it's because we've, identified like this is gonna be a disruptor. We're gonna name a school after a Black woman. It's never been done, and we're gonna do it anyway. And so I think that we're seeing evidence of this thinking, I think.
It's also, you saw Kennedy's definition of racism, which is clear to take the dictionary.
Yes.
More at the structural level, focusing on policies that are fostering inequity. And your role, board members especially, as policy makers, I think very much so your role is going to be anti-racist, is to unwind those policies that have been in place long before you, most likely. Yeah, Danny, go please.
Well, I think there's like a really good opportunity in listening to him talk about that, because he talked very specifically about like the individual. And I think like, in terms of the work that we're trying to do at the district, at least at the staff level, I think one of the things that we're really trying to focus is to move away from like the individualistic frame into the collective frame. And, in my short time in doing this work, I think the common mistake that gets made is that we go from one person being woke or one person having like an understanding of racism going into moving the policy, when there is such all of the fertile ground for what happens is really around developing like the culture. And so I think especially as leaders in the district, I think there's a great opportunity for us to move away from thinking of ourselves as like the individual anti-racist and a collection of folks who are trying to develop a culture of anti-racism. And so I get a little bit anxious as I hear things framed in a very individualistic we're out to find the one person who's a racist. And I think that the pendulum has really swung, and I was trying to talk to Luke about this earlier, but I was in a training today where we were talking about like leadership attacks, and especially doing this work, in the past, it's been about sort of, people of color getting sort of pushed out for trying to lead racial equity work. And now it's almost turned into this, like, where you're getting attacked from within the left for not being woke, right? And so I think that, there's it's maybe out of a fear, and I don't want to be in a place of fear, but I think, I understand intellectually that racism and anti-racism is a binary, and we make that choice. But I think then we have to really bear down together around making the commensurate choice to do this collectively and to not turn inward against ourselves about finding the racist and using shame and judgment as a way to root it out, and to go find, like, you individual leader are the racist, but rather to go to the system and to the culture and really attend to what do we do to set the conditions where it's fertile ground for opportunity and not for oppression. And I think that that's, as I was listening to him talk about that, and the emphasis on the individual, I get it, and it makes me a little bit nervous, and so I really think there's an opportunity there. And I think what's been lovely about our board is that they've really kind of stood around the agenda and the movement that we've been trying to do around racial equity and social justice. And I hope that we can kind of keep that, and because I think it's really special. I've seen board meetings across the country where it's just a finger pointing shame thing around, like, individuals, and it's, that individualistic thinking that will divide us. And so I think when we think about, I hope that when we're thinking about our own leadership practice, we're thinking of, like, a collective and a culture, because I think that's, culture eats strategy for breakfast.
So, like, if I can so I work with a lot of school boards around the country, and I've noticed, it's just an observation I'm sharing, because there's a tendency, like you're saying, that especially as an elected official, it's easy to think of your campaign and your position and your constituents in this community. And so I see people, like, posting, especially white people, like posting, like, woke lectures on Facebook and trying to sort of look a certain way.
Yes.
But what I see matters more is the white people that are willing to actually put forth a resolution that directly interrupts inequity, and otherwise keep your mouth shut. Like, how do we get to that place of action where you're actively doing something that's changing the system?
I would say it's just a little bit different, because I think it's different than that. It doesn't matter if I think of anti-racism as one way and Jackson thinks about it as another way. Jackson and I are very powerful people. We're situated wonderfully, but we're not going to get jack shit done between the two of us, right? This whole collective, a shared understanding about it, moving towards one collective goal, that gets it done.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing. And so the person, I think it's just as dangerous for the white person to move into action
Fair enough.
without going together as it is for them to post in fact, post all that you want. Like, it's it's education, it's putting it into the space, it's great. Maybe it's creating a culture of people reading that. I think the more dangerous thing is someone saying, I have an individual understanding of what it is, and I'm going to go change this policy, not attending to culture.
No, that's super helpful. And to be corrected, that's what we're here to do, right? Is to be a collective.
Yes.
And to be anti-racist actively together. And so you're right, I didn't frame this right.
Well, what I would appreciate about, our desire to be more authentic about it, to use Chair DePass's example, the board could have in one fell swoop, like other districts out there, change the names on the 40 schools.
Sure.
But we didn't do that. We said, this is a good exercise, teachable moment. And wouldn't it be wonderful if our students, played the central role in leading that conversation? And what amazing learning the community benefited from by having that conversation and then hearing about it from stakeholders themselves. And so the more thoughtful approach, I think, left us in the end, all of us feeling like that was a truly important moment and step for us to take in the right direction of the school system.
Couple more things, and just back to like definition again, folks in the room, keep this in check if it doesn't strike you right or we need to tweak it. But there's sort of these levels that we've already been talking about, like the personal individual level of racism, which can either be internalized just in our minds or can be experienced in our interactions with others. But this builds to the institutional level, which is what more of our context. An example in history curriculum that largely ignores the experiences of certain racial groups is institutional level racism. And then there's a structural systemic level that crosses institutions. So an example being the black-white wealth divide being compounded by so many different sectors, whether it's mortgage access, wage levels, under-resourced schools, everything just compounds over generations and generations in these systems together. And so it is, I think where Kendi pushes us is up at, and where Danny's pushing us, I think, is up at the more collective level, the institutional and systemic level, and where you all have authority at that level, right? Which is so powerful. To close, any questions about that? Those terms seem okay?
Yeah, and a lot of us have seen this graphic that has a glacier.
Yeah.
So it's got what's underneath the water and the part, the racism that you see versus what that you don't see. And it also applies to these strata.
Okay.
So cultural racism isn't on there.
Yeah, I wrote a note.
And I think that that's especially in a school system and especially dealing with children and families, it is one of the more pernicious pieces of racism that we have to disrupt. And so when we think about like those unsaid words, those internalized beliefs and norms and protocols and meeting standards, I mean, that is a really big piece of, and when we talk to staff of color and students of color, like, a lot of the feeling that, of not feeling a sense of belonging or comes from that cultural racism. And so I think that's why it's so important that we attend to the culture that we want to try to develop here.
Can you define what that means by cultural racism? I'm not familiar with that term in this context of schools.
So it's the unwritten sort of behaviors, beliefs, narratives that reinforce sort of racist and structural inequality. So it's basically, when we talk about those three expressions of racism, it's that circle that holds up institutional racism, right? Mm-hmm. You're able to sort of stomach all of the institutional oppression because there's this underpinning belief and norms that really hold that up. And it's much more pernicious. I'm sorry for that word.
Yeah, that's a good word. I knew what you meant by that.
Yeah.
And I think one example I might use is the characteristics of white supremacy that sheet that we got at one of those trainings references cultural behaviors that aren't necessarily institutional rules or policies, but are cultural behaviors like around perfectionism, hoarding of power, defensiveness, urgency, all of those things that are the culture of a community that are racist or can be. Is that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Love that document. I have that document up at my desk. I refer to it almost every day.
Awesome. Thank you, Danny. I want to leave you with one last talk from a woman named Verna Myers, which I hope is going to push our thinking even further on these topics and feed into the next conversation where we're going to dig into the evaluation survey and more. After this video, we're going to take a break. And then we'll come back and get into the evaluation survey.
Oh, she's great.
I was on a long road trip this summer, and I was having a wonderful time listening to the amazing Isabella Wilkerson's Warmth of Other Suns. It documents 6 million Black folks fleeing the South from 1915 to 1970, looking for a respite from all the brutality and trying to get to a better opportunity up north. And it was filled with stories of the resilience and the brilliance of African Americans. And it was also really hard to hear all the stories of the horrors and the humility and all of the humiliations. It was especially hard to hear about the beatings and the burnings and the lynchings of Black men. And I said, this is a little deep. I need a break. I'm going to turn on the radio. I turned it on, and there it was. Ferguson, Missouri. Michael Brown, 18-year-old Black man, unarmed, shot by a white police officer, laid on the ground, dead, blood running for 4 hours while his grandmother and little children and his neighbors watched in horror. And I thought, here it is again. This violence, this brutality against Black men has been going on for centuries. I mean, it's the same story. It's just different names. I mean, it could have been Amadou Diallo. It could have been Sean Bell. It could have been Oscar Grant. It could have been Trayvon Martin. This violence, this brutality is really something that's part of our national psyche. It's part of our collective history. What are we going to do about it? That part of us that still crosses the street, locks the doors, clutches the purses when we see young Black men, that part. I mean, I know we're not shooting people down in the street, but I'm saying that the same stereotypes and prejudices that fuel those kinds of tragic incidents are in us. We've been schooled in them as well. I believe that we can stop these types of incidents, these Fergusons, from happening by looking within and being willing to change ourselves. So I have a call to action for you. There are 3 things that I want to offer us today to think about as ways to stop Ferguson from happening again. 3 things that I think will help us reform our images of young Black men. 3 things that I'm hoping will not only protect them, but will open the world so that they can thrive. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine our country embracing young Black men, seeing them as part of our future, giving them that kind of openness, that kind of grace we give to people we love? How much better would our lives be? How much better would our country be? Let me just start with number 1. We got to get out of denial. We don't need, stop trying to be good people. We need real people. I do a lot of diversity work, and people will come up to me at the beginning of a workshop. They're like, "Oh, Miss Diversity Lady, we're so glad you're here. But we don't have a bias bone in our body." And I'm like, really? Because I do this work every day, and I see all my biases. I mean, not too long ago, I was on a plane, and I heard the voice of a woman from Women Poly coming over the PA system, and I was just like so excited. I was so thrilled. I was like, yes, women, we are rocking it. We are now in the stratosphere, It was all good, and then it started getting turbulent and bumpy, and I was like, I hope she can drive. I know, right, but it is not even like I knew that was a bias until I was coming back on the other leg. There's always a guy driving, and it's often turbulent and bumpy, and I've never questioned the competence of the male driver. It's a pilot. It's good. Now here's the problem. It's like if you ask me explicitly, I would say female pilot, awesome. But it appears that when things get funky and a little troublesome, a little risky, I lean on a bias that I didn't even know that I had. You know, fast moving planes in the sky, I want a guy. That's my default. Men are my default. Who is your default? Who do you trust? Who are you afraid of? Who do you implicitly feel connected to? Who do you run away from? I'm going to tell you what we have learned. The implicit association test, which measures unconscious bias. You can go online and take it. 5 million people have taken it. Turns out our default is white. We like white people. We prefer white. What do I mean by that? When people are shown images of black men and white men, we are more quickly able to associate that picture with a positive word, that white person with a positive word, than we are when we are trying to associate positive with a black face. And vice versa. When we see a black face, it's easier for us to connect black with negative than it is white with negative. 70% of white people taking that test prefer white. 50% of black people taking that test prefer white. You see, we were all outside when the contamination came down. What do we do about the fact that our brain automatically associates? You know, one of the things that you probably are thinking about, you're probably like, you know what? I'm just gonna double down on my color blindness. Yes, I'm gonna recommit to that. I'm gonna suggest to you, no. We've gone about as far as we can go trying to make a difference, trying to not see color. The problem was never that we saw color. It was what we did when we saw the color. It's a false ideal. And while we're busy pretending not to see, we are not being aware of the ways in which racial difference is changing people's possibilities. That's keeping them from thriving, and sometimes it's causing them an early death. So, in fact, what the scientists are telling us is no way, don't even think about colorblindness. In fact, what they're suggesting is stare at awesome black people. Look at them directly in their faces and memorize them, because when we look at awesome folks who are black, it helps to dissociate the association that happens automatically in our brain. Why do you think I'm showing you these beautiful black men behind me? There were not enough, there were so many, I had to cut them. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm trying to reset your automatic associations about who black men are. I'm trying to remind you that young black men grow up to be amazing human beings who have changed our lives and made them better. So here's the thing. The other possibility in science, and it's only temporarily changing our automatic assumptions, but one thing we know is that if you take a white person who is like odious, and stick it up next to a person of color, a black person who's fabulous, then that sometimes actually causes us to disassociate too. So, think like Jeffrey Dahmer and Colin Powell, like just stare at them, right? But these are the things. So go looking for your bias. Please just get out of denial and go looking for disconfirming data that will prove that, in fact, your old stereotypes are wrong. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, what I'm going to say is move toward young black men instead of away from them. And it's not the hardest thing to do, but it's also, it's one of these things where you have to be conscious and intentional about it. You know, I was on a Wall Street area one time, like maybe several years ago, and I was with a colleague of mine, and she's really wonderful, and she does diversity work with me, and she's a woman of color, she's Korean, and we were outside, it was late at night, and we were sort of wondering where we were going, we were lost, and I saw this person across the street, and I was thinking, oh, great black guy. You know, I was going toward him without even thinking about it. And she was like, oh, that's interesting. The guy across the street, you know, he was a black guy. I think, you know, black guys generally know where they're going. Like, I don't know why exactly I think that, but that's what I think. Okay, so she was saying, oh, you were going, yay, black guy? She said, I was going, black guy. Other direction, same need, same guy, same clothes, same time, same street. Different reaction. And she said, I feel so bad. I'm a diversity consultant. I did the black guy thing. I'm a woman of color. Oh my God. And I said, you know what? Please, we really need to relax about this. I mean, you got to realize I go way back with black guys. My dad is a black guy. You see what I'm saying? I got a 6'5" black guy son. I was married to a black guy. My black guy thing is so wide and so deep that I can pretty much sort and figure out who that black guy is. And he was my black guy. He said, yes, ladies, I know where you're going. I'll take you there. You know, biases are the stories we make up about people before we know who they actually are. But how are we going to know who they are when we've been told to avoid and be afraid of them? So I'm going to tell you to walk toward your discomfort. And I'm not asking you to take any crazy risks. I'm saying just do an inventory. Expand your social and professional circles. Just like, who's in your circle? Who's missing? How many authentic relationships do you have with young black people, folks, men, women, or any other major difference from who you are and how you roll, so to speak? Because you know what? You know, there may be, just look around your periphery. There may be somebody at work, in your classroom, in your house of worship, somewhere. There's some black young guy there. And you're nice. You say hi. I'm saying go deeper, closer, further. And build the kinds of relationships, the kinds of friendships that actually cause you to see the holistic person and to really go against the stereotypes. I know some of you are out there, I know, because I have some white friends in particular, they will say, you have no idea how awkward I am. Like, I don't think this is going to work for me. I'm sure I'm going to blow this. Okay, maybe, but this thing is not about perfection. It's about connection. And you're not going to get comfortable before you get uncomfortable. I mean, you just have to do it. And young black men, what I'm saying is if someone comes your way genuine and authentically, take the invitation. Not everyone is out to get you. Go looking for those people who can see your humanity. You know, it's the empathy and the compassion that comes out of having relationships with people who are different from you. Something really powerful and beautiful happens. You start to realize that they are you, that they are part of you, that they are in your family. And then we cease to be bystanders and we become actors, we become advocates, and we become allies. So go away from your comfort into a bigger, brighter thing, because that is how we will stop another Ferguson from happening. That's how we create a community where everybody, especially young black men, can thrive. So this last thing is going to be harder, and I know it, but I'm just going to put it out there anyway. When we see something, we have to have the courage to say something, even to the people we love. You know, it's holidays, and it's going to be a time when we're sitting around the table and having a good time with many of us anyway, will be in holidays. And, you know, you got to listen to the conversations around the table. You start to say things like, Grandma's a bigot. Uncle Joe is racist. And you know, we love Grandma and we love Uncle Joe. We do. We know they're good people. but what they're saying is wrong. And we need to be able to say something because you know who else is at the table? The children are at the table. And we wonder why these biases don't die and move from generation to generation because we're not saying anything. We got to be willing to say, Grandma, we don't call people that anymore. Uncle Joe, it isn't true that he deserved that. No one deserves that. And we've got to be willing to not shelter our children from the ugliness of racism when Black parents don't have the luxury to do so, especially those who have young Black sons. We got to take our lovely darlings, our future, and we got to tell them we have an amazing country with incredible ideals. We have worked incredibly hard and we have made some progress, but we are not done. We still have in us this old stuff about superiority, and it is causing us to embed those further into our institutions and our society and generations, and it is making for despair and disparities and a devastating devaluing of young Black men. We still struggle, you have to tell them, with seeing both the color and the character of young Black men, but that you expect them to be part of the forces of change in this society that will stand against injustice and is willing, above all other things, to make a society where young Black men can be seen for all of who they are. So many amazing Black men, those who are the most amazing statesmen that have ever lived, brave soldiers, awesome, hardworking laborers. These are people who are powerful preachers. They are incredible scientists and artists and writers. They are dynamic comedians. They are doting grandpas, caring sons. They are strong fathers, and they are young men with dreams of their own. Thank you.
I can't say anything else. Thank you all for your participation in some really challenging conversations and being open. And I think we're demonstrating our norms, and I'm looking forward to that feeding into the next part of this conversation. Let's take a break. Let's come back at 7:16, I guess. Let's take a 10-minute break. And then I'm going to put up a little quick poll you can do at your leisure right now, during the break, after, or even maybe take a minute when we come back. I want you to have your break, but this will be a real quick exercise.
Now you got that one.
I did too. Traded.
My eyes alternate, but is it B-A-N for your last name or B-E?
BENKLEBAN.
We're part of the group.
So I took my.
You're part of the group.
I don't know how to do it.
What?
You're talking about having colored glasses, but I told you to top.
Yeah. I can still read, but it'll,
Oh.
it's go smaller.
I have sunglasses.
Gotcha.
Also have to distance like this.
I have excellent.
From here. Here.
Glasses.
I got contacts in. Oh.
And Michelle, do you have reading glasses?
They're sitting in my case. I'm supposed to wear them regularly, and I'm used to seeing without them.
Jackson's trying to figure out who doesn't have glasses on. The 16-year-old is like, or 17-year-old.
Actually, but I wrote one sitting down, I just become my favorite accessory. Just not like this. It's like, I find myself like, why do I like this? I'm like, I don't need my glasses, why are they in my room?
Yeah. So I've needed my glasses more and more and more, and if I don't have them on my head, I have them.
I know. My husband
But I'll
and I
reach for them
used
and
to have
they're not
glasses for us, and then I just like bought it in time. I'm like, you know, where are my glasses? Now we have.
Kind of like the whole phone stuff all over again. Great little folder.
Like some pretty important takeaways. I'm gonna keep us moving here. Oh. So we're going to dig into the survey, and I'm going to just give you a quick as I can, overview of just like key highlights that I took away on a couple different fronts, like top scoring, the low scoring, the disconnects between staff and board, et cetera.
Okay.
Then I'm going to give you all the data, and I'm going to break you into workshopping groups so you still have some time actually problem solving. So just hang in there with me for maybe 20 more minutes, give you some quick highlights, and then we'll go from there. So in terms of what it means to be an anti, so we heard from Ibram X. Kendi about what it means to be an anti-racist. Question now for us is what it means to be an anti-racist school board and district. I'm going to kind of dovetail that into the questions related to that.
And can I ask a question?
Yes.
Go back a slide.
Yes.
So, when we talk about where it needs to be at,
You wanna see that?
anti-racist school board and district,
Will that be better?
I guess my question is, how does that? Would you like to take them off? How do we go from board to classroom with that, again, anti-racist? Like, how does that
From board to what?
To the class. How does that show
How
up
does
for
this
the board?
translate?
Oh.
It's a good question, so it's how does the work of becoming an anti-racist board translate into outcomes that are predicted by race? Is that it?
Can we try to get all back together now?
If you can hear me. Yeah.
Oh.
Or Karen was tracking.
I'm so sorry.
There's
You gotta reward good behavior.
Behavior until she gave us chocolate.
I don't think everybody, Gary, I don't think everybody heard you, so if you don't mind just saying one more time.
Oh.
Question.
So my question was, how do we, as a group, how do we as an anti-racist group, or how does that affect the classroom? How does that show up in the classroom?
Yeah. So, great question, and that's what we should talk about. So I'm trying to answer that question with these questions. I'm posing this as one potential response to that is that I think, and anyone can feel free to jump in and disagree or add additional ideas. But I think if the board were really knocking it out of the park on these fronts, that'd be a pretty big step forward. And many of these things connect to the classroom. So, for example, a curriculum that is anti-racist, which as an example could mean that it's intentionally designed to ensure that, especially like history curriculum, represents the experiences of all the demographics of children in the classroom. Not just not just the white history that's often painted in a really positive lens. Hiring practices, right? Making sure that students in the classroom have teachers that look like them. The board's role in that, for example, could be asking for that data now, setting a goal to change it, asking for monitoring for that improvement, right? But your role as a board partially is monitoring and evaluation and holding accountable to outcomes. How you define those outcomes, you'll see examples of that here. That there are potential for real anti-racist type outcomes.
Is this all board responses or board and staff?
This is board. So good question. So most of the charts I'm going to show you are all respondents, including Jackson. And I can't do a student representative group. Obviously, it's just one.
And
But he's in here too.
And do we know what's the percentage of response rate? Like, did all the board members do it? Did all the staff?
So we had 6. Sorry, I must have lost that slide. 6 of 7 board members did it, and 11 out of 15 staff, and then the student. It's pretty good.
Yeah. So we had a little bump from Friday. I believe it was about 50% staff, which has moved to about 66%, and I can't remember, it was 6 of 7 board.
Yeah. So pretty solid. Like most of the data I'm going to show you is an agree or strongly agree metric. You could also look at the average if I rated them like 1 to 4, but it tends to not show as much difference. So
Okay.
I feel like this gets us a little bit more distinction in the data this way. Does that help answer your question, Gary? Is that? Okay. So, in terms of takeaways here, on the left, I think great news that like there seems to be pretty general agreement that everybody in the room is really committed to even leveraging their own capital to be anti-racist. But as we work our way across, I think it's interesting that there's this, but there's on the other side, we don't necessarily feel like we have very effective dialogue about issues of race. Hopefully we did some of that tonight, right? Maybe this gets a little better. But yes, Gary.
So when you talk about the number one, it says our board community using collective political capital to interrupt the different racism.
Yeah.
What is that? What does that look like?
Good question. So,
I guess it's easy for us to push a button and say, yeah, we would. But and just as an example, if we had to go up against the PAT, would they actually be willing to do that, or is it just a button that they put up on the?
Yeah.
That's a very fair point.
It's an imperfect tool. So like let's treat it for what it is. It's not, so fair enough. I think an example of what it would really look like would be like what you're saying. Like our board members really willing to even put themselves in a situation that might be politically disadvantageous.
But I also think, Gary, that by having a conversation like this about that, it gives us an opportunity to hold ourselves accountable for that commitment that we collectively have. And so when we see ourselves showing up more cowardly in some tough situations, we can come back to it.
Right. And it may have been that people saw this question and thought more like, this means people are committed to being anti-racist. Maybe they didn't go to your point, Karen, maybe I wasn't clear enough on what it means.
And it's also qualitative, so you've got the data here, but I think there was a lot of room for interpretation of the questions.
There is, yes, and that will always be the imperfection of this, absolutely. But I do think it gives us a general trend on kind of where to focus.
But we don't expect perfection, right?
Right, we don't expect perfection, thank you.
Otherwise we'd be 100%, not 92.
Yeah. But so I think there's some opportunities to progress here. But I think I'm offering this as just examples to consider. These questions even in themselves are examples to consider of like what the board could be doing or could do more of to affect the classroom. On this topic of dialogue, I actually have a slightly unrelated, well, it's related, but it's sort of a little bit of a shift in terms of question. I asked this, let me preface this, I don't mean anything by this question at all. It's simply out of like wanting to understand. But I found it interesting that the PPS strategic plan has this very clear emphasis on Black and Native American students, which I'm not trying to say that's wrong, but when I looked at the demographic data, the Latino population is actually the second largest next to white students. I was just curious because I don't know the community very well.
Sure.
Why that is.
Yeah, so our theory of action focuses on targeted universalism, right? Where we take sort of like what is the most sort of barriered student populations, and then how do we sort of develop the muscle to be able to better attend to all student populations. The reason why we selected Black and Native wasn't based on sort of proportionate or anything to do with the numbers, but rather because of our reliance on critical race theory and what we know about the way that Black folks are always sort of like at the bottom of any type of racial hierarchy, and Native Americans are invisibilized. And even if we look at our numbers, we know that we have a pretty significant undercount of Native students, as well as an undercount of probably our sort of multiracial students who are also Black.
Yeah.
So we focus on that. It doesn't necessarily mean that by centering on Black and Native students that we're not attending to the needs of our Pacific Islander students, our queer students, or students with disabilities, or even our Latinx students. But in fact, if you look across our system, the two student groups that we've consistently not been able to serve well have been Black and Native students. And so the idea is to sort of start with the most difficult, and you'll see in the response to it, we have a really visceral response of sort of every time we sort of focus on race, or every time we focus on centering especially on the experience of Black students, we always get, well, why not this or why not that? Right. And so it's by intention that we're trying to really sort of make sure that we're sort of leaning into dismantling that cultural racism as well as the systemic racism that significantly disadvantages Black and Native students.
Got it. That's
And
helpful.
because we believe it will lift all boats.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Can I ask though, I mean, I don't know what the test data, do the test scores bear that out? Do the test scores bear out only focusing on those two groups?
We're not only focusing on those two groups, that's the starting point.
The starting point, okay.
Yeah, so, and I think the other thing that we should, sort of, I think across all of our data, that there's, there's different sort of pieces, and one of the things that we're trying to do is to not group all students into one category as a yes or no, but to really sort of start with who historically in present day have encountered the most significant barriers. How do we build that collective muscle so that we can better attend to all of the different students?
And I think one of the things when we talked about data for Black students in the past, we've also had times when we've disaggregated that based on Black students who are maybe refugee families from Africa and Black students who are were born in the U.S. So that there's that like other piece of the puzzle when we talk about some of these groups that the data can be, what you said, Danny, was so eloquent, but that's just one place I know where we've chosen to say Black and include multiracial and Black and Native students. But that means a bigger through sometimes.
And we did really spend a lot of time wrestling with that when we were working on our board goals and we were just steeped in student achievement data.
Do you remember those? So Herman and Gary don't know this, but the other 5 of us got these giant binders of data. And we had like data by school, data, like all sorts. It was, I stole Amy's bag at one point, I think, because I was trying to carry these big data binders.
Yeah, it would be, I think you maybe made a request, I assume that you saw those, but you were looking for refreshed information.
Yeah, one
but
of the
these guys-
reasons, yeah, one of the reasons I asked, because we are gonna get into that data that the team was so helpful in sharing with me, and I'm sorry, didn't realize we're gonna wait until December, I would give me more time, but, so I needed to understand this, but I also wanna make sure, especially new members in the room, get that conversation, and clarify that everybody heard. Okay, thank you. Yeah, there's the slide, couldn't remember where it was, those are the respondents.
Good job, Jackson, the student representative.
Yes.
He's 100%
He's
responsive.
100% responsive.
Yeah.
Same day even, but I'm getting this. So this is the high level categories of the question. So each of those pages was a different section of topic. So this just kind of gives you a sense of how things shook out in terms of like the highest scoring agree and strongly agree, and the lower scoring. Great marks from this tool's perspective, at least in terms of financial management and external relations. But definitely some opportunity for work, particularly around some of the more like operational, functional, structural aspects of the board's work, and also the interactions between board and staff. So that's going to be a key focus point for us.
I think there was some nuance in those questions too, particularly around board and staff, because there were some, to me, there was a lot of nuance in there around
There are.
roles.
And we're going to take it question by question as opposed
Difficult to answer.
This is just to kind of get a general feel. We're not even going to look at the category level question by question, and you can dissect each one for what it is. Key strengths overall in terms of like all 40 questions, the top rated, basically top 5. Where all individual board members visit schools and interact with students, parents, and staff on a regular basis. This is that external relations category. Again, whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that's just how respondents rated. The annual report of our district's audit is reviewed and any necessary actions are taken. 100% agree with that. All individual board members are active and engaged with their constituents in the community. 85%. Members of the board and superintendent reach consensus on a vision and strategic plan. And I would say also, just my observation coming in new, I think the strategic plan is, especially among all the boards I've worked with, is definitely among the topics. So that is a clear strength, I think. All individual board members actively support and attend district events. And then finally, the district's annual budget is fully discussed and understood prior to approving it. So you see the financial management and external relations questions tend to be very high. High priority areas to improve. So there's a couple different questions related to this around board members assuming roles and responsibilities that really should belong to staff. And we're going to get deeper into this, so don't, this is just a first preview. Board members do not interact with staff directly to influence staff behavior or program management without first coordinating with and getting the agreement of the superintendent. Only one person agreed with that. And by the way, you have communication protocols in front of you that really lay out how this should work, right? Mm-hmm. All board members read and understand supporting written materials in advance and are fully prepared for meetings. That is probably like 2 of you, 14% agreed with that. Staff and board.
Can you reframe the second one? I feel like it's a double negative in my head.
It is.
So the board members do not in other words, do you want me to reframe the question?
Everyone disagrees that we do not do that.
94% of the people who took the survey say board members do interact.
Yeah, most people think board members interact with staff inappropriately. Like
inappropriately?
Yes. Inappropriately. Without first getting agreement with the superintendent.
Well, because that's not what our protocols say.
Well, we're going to get into it.
I'm just.
Yeah.
This is why we want to daylight it.
We'll get into it, yeah.
We want to daylight it because of that.
Yeah.
Something has to change. Maybe it's in here.
I think, Julia, what I think I'm hearing you say is that you say our protocols don't say we have to get the superintendent to approve.
Well, the
Well, I'm just
protocols
saying
lay out how
protocols that
we
you can s-
communicate. This says to influence staff behavior or
Yeah.
program management.
I will say, let me also acknowledge, I didn't know about the communication protocols before I sent the survey out. So this is not intentionally linked. It should have, I wish it had been, I didn't know. But the way this is framed may not necessarily be framed exactly.
Right.
So you responded to this question regardless of what's. That makes sense?
We're learning together here.
What's that?
It's symbiotic, and we're learning together.
Yeah. The board reviews its policies at least every 2 years and updates them as needed. Only 31% agree with that. And then lastly, of the top 5, and I'm flagging for you, all board members have a working knowledge of board meeting protocol and Robert's Rules of Order. 42, a little higher number, but still.
I see myself in there.
The good news here is, I actually think if you look at all 5 of these things, this is pretty low hanging fruit, right? Like, this shouldn't be that hard to change and to work on. So I think there's some real opportunity to improve. And I'll also say, just to be fair, if I gave the same survey to 50 school boards in the country, a lot of them would look like, almost all of them.
I was curious about that. Is this what you, is this, are we perfectly under the bell curve? Or are we?
I don't want to throw my former board on the bus. I think we probably would have struggled with some of these things. I just think it's a common issue. Yeah. So doesn't mean it's okay.
Okay.
But, I don't think anybody should be like, oh, we're really not. We need to work on it, but I'm just saying, these are common struggles.
I think one of because we came up with these communication protocols, like the board developed them in the past.
Mm-hmm.
But we spent a lot of time last year working on them, refining them, working together on them. And I think one of the pieces is that we are not, as a board, all in agreement about what the role of the board is always. How the board interacts with staff, when the board has to go through the superintendent, when not.
Yeah.
We are not of one mind on that. So that's some of the tension that is in some of these answers, is that we don't all agree about what is the right path of how a board should behave. So I think that's some of the conversation.
And I would add, there's
also-
2 new members who were not part of those conversations.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So Haley, I think you're right, but we
Yeah.
also have 2 new members, so we actually don't know.
Right.
Where 2 new members.
Right.
But I cannot wait to find out.
Did y'all know? Did it just go over everybody's head that Ailey said we don't know how to behave? Am I the only one? Okay.
I guess I didn't hear that.
I think I said we don't agree on how to behave.
Just gonna call me out like that. On Wednesday of all days.
Brother in Christ, that's what we do, right? Hold each other accountable.
Mr. Superintendent, were you going to say something?
Well, I'm still getting with your comment around these are low hanging fruit, because it seems like it's a perennial issue.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I mean it more like everyone here is capable of figuring this out. This is probably not at the level of complexity and challenge as like closing the issue between different groups, right?
Although I think what's really important about it is that we've experienced that it can absolutely get in the way of focusing on the children
Totally.
and focusing on, our board goals and what we say the what is.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, if you all are operating like a seamless, team, then how could you get to the real tough issues?
Well, and I think one of the things that happens is when board members have something we're excited about or we want to have happen, and we engage with staff and we ask staff for lots of things, we're pulling them away from the strategies and the place the superintendent has directed them to be the most effective. And so we sometimes interrupt and interfere with the strategies of the district, and we don't always realize we're doing that. And so I think it really has our dysfunction and perhaps our drama, I think really has a high cost to the children in the classroom.
Yeah.
Yes, I can agree. If I were to put myself in the shoes of the superintendent, and who's directed staff to come up with work plans for their work, and then to have like an unpaid volunteer come in and say, but you need to do this other piece of work, how challenging that would be.
If I have a question.
challenging, so maybe not good enough
Well, the
word.
part, you need to be doing this other thing as a direction of staff.
Right, and also to recognize that there's a power differential, and so, we have a lot of power, and we shouldn't abuse our power. We should put it to good, like we should be superheroes, for the kids. Not directing staff to do something that is not in their work plan, because we are not in charge of work plans. It's the role of, one's manager or supervisor to create those work plans. So yeah, I think the power differential makes it difficult for staff to say no, and they can't say no, and it's a really, it's just not productive.
That's a hugely important.
So we have these ideals about how we respectfully communicate in meetings. This also translates in how we respectfully show up as board members. How do you respect that there's already a work plan that might not have your name in it somewhere.
So just a different, I'm sorry.
I know Gary was trying to jump in.
So, just so I'm understanding, when we talk about board members reading and understanding supporting written materials, and we're talking about the communication that goes from the board to, I'm assuming, reading this here, I'm assuming that's why it's in yellow.
I did that. I highlighted the ones I thought were most relevant to these questions.
The superintendent staff expectation on operating protocol.
That's a different document.
This is the protocol we adopted in May.
This is the board approved. I got this from Roseanne.
Yeah, so I don't know, we're talking about, because up here it says board agreed to communicate directly with superintendent and or member of the superintendent leadership team. So are we talking about, when I hear people talk about directing staff, are we talking about other than the leadership team? Because going by this, we are supposed to communicate directly with the leadership team.
Yeah. Well, I think it's, so Gary, today at our intergovernmental committee meeting, like, we can't tell Courtney what to do. We can say, Courtney, tell us how we can be in support. Like, when we were talking about the tents, we can't tell operations, we as a board want you to have tents. What we have to say to operations is, y'all figure out the tents and where you need us as board members to talk to other electeds. So we can be in conversation about it, but it's not our job as the board to tell them they need to get big tents. That's operations, which is under Guadalupe, under Claire.
So as a board, what do we say? So if the board wants tents,
We talk to Guadalupe.
so then what's the point of the committee?
Well, our committee, the intergovernmental committee isn't an operations committee. We're a committee that works with other government partners. So it's not about do we want tents, it's do the operations people say we need tents for lunch, and then do we as a board then work with the city to make that happen. But it's not our job to tell the operations committee, hey, you need to have 10-foot tents at every school.
Well, but so that's what I understand. So it's our role to say we want tents, and then you guys have to figure out how to get it.
No, if the operations tells us they want tents, then we work with the city to get them.
So this is where I have an issue with, right? So if we're the board, this is how we we did other stuff under the board. So my understanding, so is the board leading the district or is the district leading the board?
The board employs the superintendent, who leads the district.
But what I asked is who leads who?
Well, the board's role is clear, is policy and governance. So it's our job to create policy, to create the conditions for success that we want to see, and it's the superintendent and staff's responsibility to create the strategies that are going to get us there.
So as a board, I'm trying to make it simple for me. As a board, we say, you can Guadalupe, we want you to go here, right? And we want you to get here. Now, we don't tell them how to get there.
Right.
But it is our responsibility as a board to say, we want you to lead our district here. So if I say, if we say, hey, Guadalupe, we want to be in the top, and what Andrew said earlier, we want to be in the top 3 in the nation, right? Then it's his job to get us there, and we support him however we need to get him there.
Right.
Right? So, to make sure I'm clear, so the board is going to lead where we want the district to go, and we have Guadalupe here to make sure that we get there.
So the board could say we want all kids to be safe at lunch, to follow health protocols at lunch. then it's up to Guadalupe and the operations team to figure out what that looks like and the strategies to make that happen, and then the board works to support.
Can I try something
Yeah,
though?
yeah.
Because I think one of the things that, Gary, you might be getting at, because it is a philosophical issue that's existed for a long time. It is perfectly within our authority to tell the superintendent how to get somewhere. I would argue very strongly that's very bad governance, right? Because again, he is a professional. He is surrounded by professionals who think about this every day. We are volunteers. We come in part-time, sort of do this job. I would just argue that substituting our sort of views on like exactly how to get somewhere is probably a mistake. But I think it's important to say, like, there is nothing preventing us as a board from being very directive. And I think it was AJ who gave the sort of concentric circles, right? That we can tell the superintendent, we want you to go here. You know, we can give him a big range and say, hey, we don't care how in this range you get there, we just want you to get there. We can also give them slightly smaller and smaller and smaller. And as a board, we could say, we want you to get there and you got to operate within this little tiny bucket. We're going to tell you who to hire, what tents to get, how big they're going to be, how many you're going to have at each school. And we can do that. But as Guadalupe has often said, if you are going to tell me not only where you want me to go, but how you're going to get there, well, then it's kind of on you, board, if we don't, right? Because now, how can we hold him accountable if we've told him exactly how to get there? The reality is that each of us, like, there's going to be a difference there in terms of just how deep we want to go. What I'm hopeful is that as a board, 7 of us are relatively, so we're not going to be in the same spot. That we will all agree that telling him to buy 8x10 tents from, you know, Best Buy or whatever, you know, not a good thing, right? And on the other hand, we'll also agree that just putting up our hands and saying, hey, take us wherever you want to go, also not a good idea. And how can we sort of find that?
So I think it's all points there are right on. To bring it back to this question, maybe, and you all tell me if this works. I think this question was very simple, that superintendent is directly reports to the board. He's the only one that does, right?
The auditor.
Except the auditor, and council sometimes, but you know, in terms of leading the day-to-day. Every other staff member reports to him. So just functionally, even if you want to tell the superintendent how to do something, and we can debate whether that's appropriate. But even if that's the case, what you don't want to do is go around into a staff member without him knowing and tell them what to do. Like, he needs to know every single time. It's his team. He's responsible for them. They report to him.
Or he said, you have access to my
Now, if he
senior
says that,
leadership
right,
team.
like if you start with him, he says, go, I'm cool with you interacting with this person for the committee or whatever, great, at least he knows, right? But like, everything always has to route through him, otherwise things get really haywire.
So
Been
this,
there.
so this communication piece should be altered, because from what I read, it's saying we can communicate directly with the superintendent and or members of the superintendent leadership team.
He's given us that permission.
We give
Well,
Or we work that out. right?
we may or may not need
so
to.
the board agreed to do that.
Yes.
Do
We
we,
can also change it.
But that's communicating, it's not direct,
Correct.
just to be.
do we have a different version of protocols? Or we, no?
We had a sort of interim sort of guidance for staff because there weren't any protocols.
Okay.
And so we want to be consistent and transparent with the board about how we'll fulfill informational requests. And so I think what we're getting at is, you know, there are mechanisms for the board to give direction. And that's, we learned this in prior retreats, the board as a whole to give directions, right? It's not one board member, two board members, in a committee meeting, an individual staff meeting. You know, I've said, you know, we want to have an open dialogue and we have responsible senior leadership. And so I'm not instituting a gag order. I want you to interact with those folks that are leading strands of work in the district. And so feel free to, you know, interact with them.
Yeah.
The protocols we were trying to put forth is when those requests become cumbersome, they do take people's time and effort off of the things we've transparently said forward. You've set goals. I've been transparent with you about how we're going to get there. If we have an opportunity to implement with some fidelity those strategies, then hold me accountable and we're not moving the needle towards those goals. And so the question just becomes, what is on our plates? And this is what I said at the beginning when you asked what are our goals for this time is, are we on the same page about, you know, those practicalities around a vision, goals, how we propose to get there? And yes, we should progress monitor along the way. It's when we start peppering new initiatives and new projects, and you're talking about the same team of people, and have to pull it all off, then we won't make the progress that we want to see.
Since this is in the context of a board evaluation, Superintendent or Jonathan, would you be willing to comment on how we're doing in this respect right now? Has it improved? This has been an area of challenge in the past.
Kind of a perennial.
Well, I think you have the data right.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean,
Not yet. So
and we did want to keep it kind of anonymous. I mean, that's why we combined. So there's individuals aren't having to speak for everyone else. And
So where we're going next is we're gonna, in a few minutes, we're gonna break into groups and problem solve. One group's gonna take this on. We can try to get really concrete about what the problems are and what we can actually do to better align.
I just want to throw, so I just recently did something very similar to this, and me and Roseanne just talked about it earlier, and I was hoping that at some point we're going to, I'm sorry, yeah. Then we're gonna, I'm working, you guys have no idea how hard I work
I can't imagine being a preacher.
to keep this mask up above my nose. And that's why I sit by Ailey to remind me, put it back. So when I go into a meeting, I go into a committee meeting, because I'm a chair now, and there are people in the room that have been sent there, allowed to be there, they're the representatives, and I make a request from competent leadership, and they say yes. I feel like, this is why I feel like I'm glad we need to figure out this communication piece, because if I make a request that says, is it possible to have this by this time? And then the competent leadership in the room says, yes, I can do that. Then as a board person, should I not expect that they're going to do what we all agreed to? Now, then they said, well, you should have, he shouldn't have said yes, or you should have asked Guadalupe. One of the things I always do, I sit with a lot of city officials, I sit with a lot of government, meetings all day. One of the things I always want to know when I'm having a meeting is there power at the table? And when I say, is there power at the table, I mean, is there the ability to make a decision, yes or no, one way or another, at this table? If there's not, I don't sit down. Why? Because it's a moot point. Why go through conversations talking for the sake of talking if nobody in the room has the ability to make a decision one way or another? We're just talking. It's a bunch of bobbing heads. And so when you come into these meetings and they say, yes, there's power, there's a power structure at the table, that there's leadership at the table, that somebody can say yes, and then you come back and say, well, actually, they didn't have the ability to say yes, and what they should have said is that we need to talk to this person first, the superintendent first, and then the superintendent needs to come to the meeting. That's how I look at it. Have the superintendent come to the meeting so that I can ask.
Let me take your analogy, if you don't mind, and just trying to dip.
I'm a storyteller.
I'm with you. Okay, let's do this. I'm just saying, I'm with you. Okay, power in the room. I would argue, and feel free to argue back, but like the power in the room is the superintendent. He's responsible for directing his staff's time. They don't actually have control of that.
Mm-hmm.
So
I agree 100%.
if they said to you, if they kind of jumped the gun and say, yeah, we'll do it, I would say that whole protocol got out of step. I learned pretty quick, because it really got tough in terms of my relationship with the superintendent. Otherwise, I never asked. After a while, I stopped asking staff ever to do anything. It was always, even a board meeting, anywhere, it was always, Mr. Superintendent, can we do this? How long will it take? And it was always, and whether you feel like that should have to be that way or not, I can almost guarantee you it'll be a lot less difficult. Right? It's a lot simpler and clearer, and it allows your superintendent to really do.
So what I'm hearing you saying is, so instead of us talking with the leadership staff, we give those requests to Guadalupe, and so we put more on his plate, which I'm totally fine
No,
with that.
he delegates. That's his job.
No, that's what I'm saying. So if we put it on his plate and he chooses to delegate it to whoever he needs to delegate it, right, to get that information back to us, then all the accountability now falls with him, which I'm I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that
Yeah.
that kind of the area where we're looking at going.
Or he has a chance to say to you,
Yeah.
if he feels strongly about it, you know what,
We're not gonna do that.
That's not what we're gonna
That's
do.
take 3 days
Yeah.
to put together.
And then you guys can hash it out, but it's at least between the two people that it
Right,
should
that's
be
what I'm
between.
trying to figure out, to see how that works, because, if I'm asking the superintendent to do something, or the board is asking him to do something, and this is just how I am, is if I'm asking him to ask, and this is how I am, as an employee, if he's our employee, as an employee, if I'm asking him to do something, that's what I'm expected to get done, right?
I'm asking him to do something, so is it a request for
Okay,
information or
right.
is it a direction? Because
So-
I report to the whole board.
Okay,
Well,
so,
yeah, that's
what I meant, that's what I said, the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I said, the board,
Can I actually
that's what I said, the board is, that's what I said, the board is, we're asking him to do something.
Yeah.
Right, and however he wants to, just, give it, distribute it or delegate it to whoever, then we're asking him to do something. But so my question is, if we're unless we have, so you're saying we have to have all 7 of us ask him to do something in order for something to get done, then that means once every 2 weeks, we can only ask him to get something done, that something might needs to be done. So where do that?
Let's go back to Andrew's statement,
Yeah.
because that's kind of.
No, because I actually was going to say before your question, I was gonna say, I think there is a difference between committees versus individual board members versus the overall board meeting. And, our committees are formal. They are public meetings. We do have quorums, right? So if your committee's 3 board members, it's got a quorum of 2. To me, and I'd like to hear from my fellow board members whether you all agree with this, but to me, in a committee meeting, if a committee of 3, 2 of those members make a request to the staff in the room, that's a formal request from that committee. Now, it is incumbent on the staff to either say, oh yeah, the superintendent's already given us authority to do this, we're fine, or the staff might say, thank you for the request, we're gonna go back and talk to Guadalupe, and we'll get back to you on that, right? But I do think that's appropriate for staff in those moments, to sort of give that feedback. But I think it's okay for a small committee to sort of give that assignment. Definitely, it's okay every 2 weeks at a board meeting. Where it gets really tricky is when one member has a request. What I will tell you we do at Metro, and the same thing happened at the city of Portland, well, not city of Portland, but it definitely
It's so different over here.
is that a request from an elected official that takes less than an hour will be done, right? That's just one of those things that we're gonna do. And a request from an elected official takes more than an hour. The COO goes back and has a conversation with the chair and the rest of the council to essentially say, is this something that a majority of you want us to spend our time doing? And it's not a formal vote, it doesn't have to happen in a formal meeting, it's just sort of an informal one. It's very important that leadership, that our president, council president, sort of signs off on it. And then just is there general support? We're gonna spend 3-4 hours working on this. Is everyone okay with that? And usually the answer is yes, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes one member wants to do it and the rest of them are like, not interested. Then the CO has a really difficult job to go back to that elected official, one person, and say, I'm not gonna fulfill this request. And if you want to bring a resolution forward in a public meeting or something else, that's fine, but otherwise we're not working on this. And that's where I've always wanted to get to, this very explicit conversation with this board of like, how do we address those specific things?
And that makes sense, having some kind of, and I'll just use that as an example, so.
No, it's a great example.
What do we actually need to do? How do we need to go about doing it? And then we roll that way, right?
Right, that's why I brought it up.
Right, no,
I'm bringing it
I
up so
appreciate
that,
yeah.
first of all, it was my first chair meeting.
You did great.
And I want to make sure that I don't
You were in a car.
drop my kid off in college. I had people going in back, and there was all kinds of stuff happening. And so what I want to make sure is that as we're setting the precedent of how to go forward, like when I teach kids how to do stuff, I don't show them the tricks that I've learned along the way. I show them exactly what you're supposed to do. They'll figure out their own tricks along their way. But when I'm trying to teach somebody, I show them exactly what I want them to do because that's what I want them to replicate. In this regard, if you send competent leadership to a room and lead me to believe that they have the ability to, they're making presentations, they're sharing all this stuff, they're speaking from a place of authority, and then you ask a question and they say, yes, I can, then why would I believe anything different? So if we need to change that, then that's something that I feel needs to be changed all the way around. Then we need to put other pieces in place so that we can get the information that we want and we understand how we're going to get it and what those expectations are. Because to simply put me in a bad space where I'm supposed to feel bad is terrible. And then I don't want to put somebody else in a bad way where they're feeling like, oh, shoot, now I got to go back and tell this person that they're not going to get what they asked for during a non-public space. Because you said yes in the public.
Yeah.
And then when you get in the non-public, we're saying no, and then maybe it's, you know what I'm saying, I put people,
So
not you.
I'd love to speak to this a little bit. From my perspective, I spent my morning coffee hour watching that video so that I could see what happened from start to end.
See, she's so much better than I am.
Yeah.
Raise your hand.
This is a perfect example.
It's a great example.
Yeah.
And Claire and I have been discussing it, because it's good for us in our working.
No, I thought,
You know, is it a request for more information for the committee to do its work, or is a single board member asking staff to make a fiscal appropriation, even we don't have authority?
It was more
for?
about the budget decision that was being brought forward rather than the request for information. Okay, so,
the budget decision.
Well, that's not a budget impact.
it
Right,
had,
so was it a
yeah.
budget decision or to
the way
say,
it was framed to, when I listened,
Uh-huh.
and the way I heard from board members in a committee setting, is they were pushing for something, a specific outcome.
Well, I mean, I don't wanna go too far down this rabbit hole, but I do wanna say in this context that there was an understanding that we were starting from a place that there was an acknowledgement of an error.
And
A
and I
budgeting-
would like to have a conversation about that, because I disagree with that statement.
Okay.
And this is not the meeting to do
Right.
this in, and so I don't wanna derail the work here tonight. I really value the work we're doing tonight, but I'd love to spend some time
So,
with you.
I would love to
with
have
that, I
There's a
agree,
lot of
let's
evidence.
table that and have I do agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
Let's table that on the what, right? On like that specific thing, let's table that.
Yeah.
I think what I wanted to bring out in this was the action that was done, right? Because the issue, aside from the ask, is the way the ask was made. And if I'm hearing this right, I told or instructed or directed a staff member to do an additional work. Because essentially it was additional work. The staff member agreed to do additional work. Maybe because we're all new. He just got here too. That's the other thing that we're not pointing out. That he's as new as I am. He's got better shoes than me, but he's as new as I am. And so he agreed, and maybe he shouldn't have. So then my question becomes, in the future, are we saying that I shouldn't ask him to do things? Or if I have a question about or if I'd like him to provide me information, I'm supposed to say, I'm gonna just talk to Guadalupe and go around. I just don't like going around.
Yeah, no, I'm not, I don't think anybody, I hope staff doesn't come across as, we're not trying to be overly dogmatic here. I don't think that's realistic in the flow of the work and the dialogue that we want to be having. And if we're gonna take on big topics, there has to be information and questioning and an ability to do that. We just have to all understand that landing on decisions have to happen as a board as a whole.
Right, so he would have brought back some options.
Actually, when you listen to what he said he was going to bring back options to the superintendent and the administration to be reviewed and then come back to the committee. And that's where I think the disconnect was.
Okay. So, let me just say, I think Claire, MVP so far in the night, potentially, thank you for just having the courage to speak up and say what you need to say. As a board member, I know when I was a board member, that was so hard sometimes for staff to cross the authority barrier that often exists, right, between board and staff. And so, just thank you. And I would encourage more of that. And then on top of that, the agreement to take it aside and professionally work it out. Awesome. This is teamwork, y'all. Board to staff teamwork. So this is awesome. I just would say, it's up to the superintendent how he wants to handle things. I'm just offering as a former experience as a board member. And I know you're new, and I'm not trying to tell you you did the wrong thing. Because I kind of learned what worked the hard way. I had no idea coming in how to do this. But I found generally in my experience that it was always less likely to end up in what sounds like ended up in kind of a misunderstanding. It was always easier to avoid those misunderstandings if I were at the superintendent. And it didn't mean that I couldn't get done what I wanted to get done. It was just a matter of
But I just don't want to be I just want to be clear that what we're not asking is that everything gets funneled to the superintendent. Like, I just want to be absolutely clear that that's not the case in this organization. So I know you're using that as an example, but for the record, because I think it's important that the board understands that the entire cabinet, and this is speaking as the chief of staff, the entire cabinet is available to you as directors, as you're really thinking about the issues, the challenges that are facing our school district. Of course, our desire is that, which is part of the conversation we're having today, is that how do we align your desires and the work that you have planned as a board with the staff's work so you've given us direction, you give us a board goals. We said, the superintendent with his leadership team has said, here are a set of strategies. Again, we understand you have an important role, and so how do we build that connection, that symbiotic relationship between your goals, your aspirations, your roles, and the roles of us as a staff. So I just want to be absolutely clear that the cabinet is here to support the board in its entirety.
And I agree. I agree with that. So my thing is, I don't know what's that process. Because I don't know, what is certain questions that I can give to them, or we can ask them, or that's all I want to know. What is that process? So I'm clear. Okay, this is the question I should talk to the superintendent, or this is a question I can give to the leadership staff.
I'm going
to
defer to the superintendent and the cabinet on that. It's not for me to say. I guess I'll just reframe it. When in doubt, it's probably safer to run through the superintendent.
Sure.
I've been thinking about this conversation, and what I'm hearing is a question about how we move work forward. Like, it's not just all on, like, I want to get this pet project done. It's more like, I think of it more of a conversation. And Jonathan, I really appreciate you. You're such a good problem solver. Like, just saying this is part of our job is to have those conversations. But the question about how to move work forward. How do you take this, bright idea, and how do you move it forward? What does that look like? It's probably not linear. It's probably, a little bit of this and checking in conversations and that type of thing. But so it also makes me wonder or think and want to see more robust onboarding for board members. I feel that's not the job of the district. That would be on the board office and maybe the leadership to have an onboarding session. Like, do you understand what your role is as a committee chair? Do you understand Robert's rules? We get information every Thursday. I don't know how much of that happens, but I do know that we need more of onboarding. We do need more onboarding.
Yep.
And that's what I'm hearing. Like, how do you move work forward?
So can I?
Yes.
Well, I really appreciate Jonathan speaking up, but also like staff for being here and engaging us in the conversation. Because I look at that 14%, and I think that is that's pretty bad. But then I also, on the other hand, I guess I want to speak up for board members that a lot of times, we don't get materials in advance, and to me.
Well,
That's no. I'm just saying it makes it hard to present. It might be we're getting a presentation that just got posted, and we'll get it the day before, and if you work during the day. So I guess part of it is I think it's really good to have staff and the board sitting at the same table about expectations, because sometimes you're thinking, I can't believe X happened, and it's because there's not a conversation happening about when we get materials and what people need in order to be able to interact or do at a board meeting.
I think just to share the data on that,
Yeah.
88% agree. Of you all, 88% agree the agendas and supporting written materials are provided far enough in advance for board members.
But they're not, I mean, they're just not.
They
I'm just-
are.
They are not. They have to hit every single one.
88%. So
This is an argument we've been having for 2 years.
Okay, well, I'll just say, everything's not loaded up on Thursday.
can I just say, most of, I answered that we do get our things in time. When I see that statistic, I look at myself, I'm like holding a mirror up, I'm like, when something comes in too late, I can't read it, and I don't read it. If it comes in, but that's the exception, not the rule. And the rule is that we get things the Thursday generally before the board meeting. Changes happen between Thursday and Tuesday at 6 o'clock, yes, that's life, that's work. But most of what we get is the Thursday prior. It's the bulk of the work that we have for the following Tuesday. So I feel like that's 88% that said, yeah, we have it in mind.
Can we collectively set that schedule, that deadline? What is a reasonable time period for us to be well prepared, and what's a reasonable expectation of staff for, really possible?
Now, if we get the information loaded on Thursday and we read it on Sunday and we have a question, which has happened to me numerous times, that's a different story. That's on me. It's not on staff. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, and as the chief of staff, I want to acknowledge that there have been moments where we are tardy with our documents, so I will acknowledge that for the record, and, but I would agree with that Roseanne in our board office does an incredible job of getting out the majority of our documents to the board. And we're trying to do better, and not trying, we're going to do better. And you have my commitment here as the person that oversees this department. And again, I hope, and part of it is, board members understanding, and extending grace to the extent possible. We have, we're on top of working with you all, every we're running schools and trying to run schools during the pandemic. So it becomes a little challenging. Again, not using that as an excuse, but just to suggest that, extending grace and, knowing that we're working and being able to be held accountable, right? Like, I also want to make sure that extending grace does not become an excuse to be held accountable. So if we say we're committed to something, we're going to do it, which we do, and then there are times. So one of the areas that I will recognize and acknowledge is that PowerPoints, for example, in my head, I created a condition where it's like, those things are shifting every day, especially fall updates. I mean, most of the information, frankly, I get Tuesday morning or, Tuesday afternoon, because we're still developing plans. So I'm using that as an example that things happen, but also acknowledging that I think Roseanne really does, and Tara and the team of handling so many documents across the day.
I think that too, and I guess we don't know what everybody's individual circumstances are. So I would say just extending grace to board members. I mean, Tuesdays usually are like crazy for me at work. So if somebody says, hey, I sent that over this morning, or it got loaded up and you didn't know about it, I guess like extending grace to board members, if we ask a question that's like, hey, that's already in the PowerPoint, or we're gonna cover that, or why are you asking for that information? Because we're gonna present it. There's, I guess, a two-way grace, and this is why I think like the more communication, the better, and I think we get, like Roseanne and Kara and the team do try and get us information as much as possible. It's just sometimes it doesn't happen, or sometimes like we're not capable of accepting it when it comes at the time it comes in.
Yeah, and I
then
think,
it makes it harder over the weekend, same thing.
And I think the reality is, Julia, is that, every time we hear, publicly that, for the world to know that that we received documentation late, that creates something for staff, right? Like every time you say, well, I didn't get this till 5 o'clock, that creates tension for the board or the staff. It's like, do you not realize I just worked my ass off for 24 hours? I didn't sleep, right? So how do we acknowledge each other's humanity in through all of this is maybe what I'm gathering.
Yeah, but I think it's like more communication, because like I think I can extend grace when people are also extending grace back to me. And I think it's mutual respect, and I think that this is the value of this, having board and staff at a meeting together, because then we can talk about those
This is
conversations.
great. We're pretty far off track on my,
But it, you know,
my agenda, but this is
what we're
healthy.
talking about
This is healthy.
is symptomatic, I think, perhaps of something else. Because we as a broader team have a very ambitious agenda.
Yeah.
And we are trying to accomplish a lot in the midst of a pandemic. On top of that. And so, look, we could just say, this will be on the agenda in 2 weeks. If it's more important to get things on time, then we could just delay it. But oftentimes, we're on very urgent timelines. And so you have teams of people working through the weekend trying to accomplish that. Often that's the case. And so how are we being, it's Goldilocks, like, is the workload become really the issue of what we're trying to sort of spread thin the capacity that the organization has and how many strands of work. I mean, I can tell you right now, there are a lot of spinning plates that most of the staff members in this room are trying to balance right now. And, it only takes a couple more, substantive, new projects or questions or requests that, will be, just the thing that takes us over the edge. It's just something has to give.
And this is a conversation we've had multiple times, multiple board retreats in the past. Julia and I, you and I have had this conversation one-on-one. And I have to say, like, your work ethic and the way you dive into the documentation, like I sat next to you with a giant file folder and all the notes, like you have such a high standard for yourself when it comes to reading and preparing for meetings. And I so honor and appreciate that. And it feels like this is a thing we cannot get past, right? That this continues to be a place of like a lot of tension with staff and board around materials. And what I'm hearing staff say again and again is, we are doing our best to get materials to board members as early as possible. And there are things that are changing and we want to be dynamic and responsive. So can we live with the both and? And what I'm hearing from you is no. And so my question is, how do we resolve this? Because this is, 2.5 years into the board, this is a conversation we keep having. And so I don't know how we move beyond just this constant, I don't get stuff in the time I need, I'm busy on Tuesdays, which I totally respect. You do your work, you work really hard on understanding the materials. So where's this line of resolving this? Because it feels immovable to me.
Well, I guess I go to Guadalupe's thing, is if something isn't ready and we're asking us to vote on it, we're getting like 900 to 1,000 pages sometimes in a board meeting of like, hey, you're gonna vote on all this stuff. And so, maybe it is that if something's not ready, that it's just not gonna be ready.
And I think I want to be clear though, that I think staff has been intentional about understanding that particular request about if board members are being asked to vote on something, that you have information ahead of time. Most of the things that get submitted late or shared later tend to be more informational items. And so presentations, mostly PowerPoints. And so which to this point have not required any board action. If that shifts, we will obviously adopt to make sure that board members get all the information they need ahead of making that decision. And if we need to push it out for whatever reason, we will do that. So that's the power of working closely with board leadership to decide, what goes on the board agenda and how do we move that back and forth.
I guess I feel like it's really important to be able to push back and say, no, this isn't gonna go on this agenda right now.
Or maybe we're just not gonna spend 6 hours on it. If there's a group of people that have the same question and it's really relevant to the conversation, we wanna be responsive.
It's urgent.
Well, that's a really important point, because it's also, there are judgment calls in terms of staff's determination about what the board needs to see in order to make well-founded decision about something. And, a lot of times we get questions of staff that go way beyond that. And maybe it's the majority of the board feels like they don't have enough information, or maybe it's just one or two people, but that's, I mean, Jonathan, this is kind of in your wheelhouse. Like, really, what is the essential information that you need to know? And here's the links to a higher level of detail. But also on that same point, and sorry, Andrew, I'll let you go, but to superintendent's point about being prepared, like, we need to remind ourselves of our responsibilities too, because there's plenty of times in board meetings where people are asking questions about things that are contained in our materials. So if we're gonna have these high expectations of staff for the materials that we get, we need to have it of ourselves as well.
I think we need to also, though, as to your point, I have a full-time job. I mean, a lot of us live here, and not everybody does. And so, I feel like,
I don't think that's really relevant. I think
it is though.
we've all made a
because-
commitment to
well,
be
time
prepared.
is a finite resource though, and it is, I'm just also a single parent. So I think the level, I put a high enough, on my personal, I'm an overachiever, a recovering overachiever. I aim to do the best job ever. I don't get there all the time. And so I feel like, we need to be aware of who's in the room. Especially if we're gonna become a more diverse board, we're gonna have people that we're not all similarly situated.
Can I just bring it back?
Last word.
Conversation about the collective though, because I think that is what's important, right? We're talking about individual board members versus.
I'm able to show up as myself right now.
Versus collective action. I think what we're really getting at is, I mean, each one of us have to make a decision whether we have enough information to vote. But one board member saying, I don't have enough information to vote on this, and 6 board members saying, I do and I feel comfortable, should not delay that agenda item from moving forward. 4 board members saying, you know what, I don't have enough, I've got additional questions, absolutely should delay that moving forward. And so, I mean, again, it kind of comes back to, we are each individuals, but we do have to operate in a collective environment and recognize that we may not, we may be in the minority. And I mean, there are definitely times, when like I've gotten something pretty late on a Tuesday and I'm working all day and I go into the board meeting and I don't really have a very good sense of it. And then I listen to everyone else's questions, and I sort of either decide like, okay, this is something that I'm still comfortable going forward with, or maybe I'll abstain, if need be, because I just haven't had the time. But that's an individual thing. Right? And I just think we need to think about it in those terms.
So I think, so the way I would operationalize that then is any single board member has the authority to make a substitute motion for, it's voted on, the board weighs in as a whole. And it's as simple as that.
That's what I was asking. You said if 6 people want it and one person holds it up, how could that be?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Either you vote on it and you just have to deal with it. Either it went or it don't. I think that's, as a board, I think that's where we have a community, like, if one person says, okay, fine, you say what you have to say, you go vote, if it goes your way, if it don't, and then you just
So
move
Michelle,
forward.
I'm just gonna make that suggestion to you as chair. Do you see that dynamic happening? I'll ask the board member, do you want to make a motion to defer?
To defer.
Look,
That's great. I don't know that we've, since I've been on the board, done that very often. We've pulled things off the agenda.
We did that a couple of times last year.
We did.
Anything invited with few votes.
There were a couple of things last year that we weren't ready to vote on, so we pulled, I didn't even
But from what I'm hearing, outside of just the stuff that goes from Thursday to Tuesday, it's still a broader issue of board and staff management piece that has to be dealt with. And I hear everybody talking about the Thursday to Tuesday piece, but from that 94% piece, it's a bigger issue as far as how the board reacts with staff.
Yeah.
And I think we still need to deal with that, because we haven't really dealt with that.
we do. Yeah. So time, I didn't want to interrupt that conversation, it seemed important.
It's 8:33.
8:30. I have more data to share on different topics. So I'm going to ask you, Michelle, do you want to keep going on data? I can hand out all the data so you have it.
We also have an exercise. Do we want to just, I'm agnostic of, the exercise sounds fun to me because it breaks up us sitting and we can.
Well, it gets us into more of a problem solving mode, like we just aired out.
Yes.
I hesitate a little bit to show more. That's going to probably require
Create
more
another hour
airing
of
out.
conversation.
Less is more.
I think, yes, Mies van der Rohe, a 19th century architect.
Yeah. So I think what I'd like to do maybe is go into the 4 groups, maybe we'll just all tackle the same topic.
I think that would be great.
Because it gives you a chance to take all that was just said and actually try to brainstorm problem solving, what we need to do. And then I will say this up front, my intent is in December to revisit. And I think we'll probably just stay on these 5 to revisit these, and I may do a little mini survey to kind of do another oil check on whether folks feel like it's getting better. Or I'll figure out a way to do that, but I want to try to measure.
Are we gonna be having stuff, is anything gonna come out of this meeting so we can measure in December? Because if
Well,
we
yeah,
don't
so-
have a
yeah.
path forward.
So what I want to do is I'm going to skip ahead. So originally I had these 4 categories of data that I was going to break you all up into, but like again, I got to learn not to be overly ambitious and let things marinate more. So instead of having the 4 different, so that was what I was calling governance. Those 5 blocks, and I have printouts of those for you. So what I'm going to suggest is basically everybody does this. Okay, so I'm going to give you copies of that slide we just looked at.
Excellent.
You're going to get in these 4 groups, which are generally where you're sitting. You may want to pull your chairs around the other side so you can kind of see each other. You have the communication protocols if you want to reflect on those. But it's a bit simple, just T-chart. Like, let's just list out what you think the problems are behind those 5 issues and start to brainstorm, okay, what can we do that would help resolve it as a board? Like, what needs to happen? Do we need to sit down with the superintendent and revisit the protocols? Or even come up with a protocol you think will help? Whatever you think is, but like, let's get our problem solving hats on and start to brainstorm, like, what can we do to fix these problems?
For staff that's here that's not listed.
Yeah, Cheryl, I'm sorry, Cheryl and Sharon?
And Jackson's not there, but we've already claimed him.
Jackson, no, I was gonna tell Jackson to float. I didn't know, you weren't on my list, I'm sorry.
Cheryl's on there.
I just added Cheryl, I didn't add, Sharon, sorry. So I added you quickly last second, and I didn't get to Sharon. So Sharon, why don't you join, the trio group? So we'll round that out at 4. And I'll hand these out. And then I've got some poster paper that I'll give to you as well.
And again, a T-chart of what's.
Or you can do a whiteboard if you want. So a T-chart of, problem solution. So like, this is what's going on, this is what we can do to fix it. Okay. Kind of underneath the hood of this data.
Come around.
I won't have as many.
We get a clock.
Sure.
I'm very bad.
No, we're all doing governance.
Yeah, she could, but still.
I know I done did something. She saw something. I don't know what it was. What she just saw. But I know she saw it. It was I'll probably go like, wow, this is good. Hey, I'm good. And then they start coming.
Okay.
It's also.
Yeah, but that's somebody's mama. That's somebody's mama right there.
Hand it out to you.
She done walked in, she got the house rope, it ain't even got no button right there, she just holding it. I get birds like that in my draft all the time.
Oh, really?
For your driving?
Going through some neighborhoods, I'm doing 20, and it's still like learning.
And you're doing 20? That's still good.
exactly. That's the survey results for 5 areas that we just had up.
Oh, I got the
And
white
that's
ones, I
what
got
we
some
put there.
I got some black, green, and like teal ones. I got like, they got like a pinkish color, it's like a white with some pink in it, and like a little blue. Those are so, I love these shoes, they're so
Okay,
comfortable.
we're gonna be the best group, so. We are supposed to review. Well, let's discuss.
Second screen.
Yeah.
So we're not.
We're not doing anti-racism, we're doing this now.
So it's only. We're not doing anti-racism?
We're doing government. We're reviewing and discussing. We're all doing government. And then we're doing a T-chart.
And actually, I think it's in our.
With.
That's what actually is, which is something to do.
Oh, okay.
This is back for some.
Great.
I think if your personality.
Okay, are we on track? I know, just call it.
We are on track, yes.
Really important and something that we've never really talked about explicitly.
Yeah, no, we're not.
And that is kind of at the
But you know what is interesting?
problem.
Well, and what's it mean?
Some of us don't know. You don't realize that like.
That's one out of like 100.
And they don't feel like they can say.
You guys have
Well,
We don't want that for our.
Julie and I.
You guys can
So we're
have
gonna
it.
choose one of these to address.
I don't think we, that was from all board members have a voice on.
I have working knowledge of the routers of order, but the board.
Yeah, and I would actually, yes, and I would say, every ball.
We are sort of morphing, I think, because we've talked about how Robert's rules can be a barrier for folks, so it's like we follow them when we do solutions, but not the rest of the time. We don't do for and against rules, it's not a legislative process. But so it is,
Incorporating. Just 1970 to 1980. And that way, that,
I mean, you can, I think that's also have some sense.
that's, we don't at all.
Media communication. What they acknowledge is next. There's no acknowledgement. So even when they say people speak, if they do that, there's generally some level of acknowledgement of who the next person is. So you wait actually to be acknowledged, which I feel like we try to do. Honestly, I feel like we're looking, but there's no going back to what Jackson said. There's no order. So if you don't, you gotta be like.
It was easier all the time.
when it comes to
I
policy.
would tell people that if they were gonna go by their small district, because it was, we weren't.
But then you had an
So we
order.
had a responsible moment who wants to speak and who wants to articles, right? And Andrew doesn't like it though when I say we're gonna call on everybody in alphabetical order, because then people who don't actually really have something to say, so they're confused because they feel like they have to.
So what is it?
So there's some tension around that.
Sorry, slow this down. So that was gonna be the easy one.
I mean, I understand it's going to come in, I would have thought that.
So what are some solutions then? Like,
Pretty good.
get back on point.
Robert was awarded.
This also, whether we use it, because I don't think we lose a lot.
There's a lot of work to get us.
They gave us a book. And they had all that. So that happened. So maybe it's part of
We have working.
So they can't be that information.
So, how do we show our
We have protocol. But it was in I would like to bring some samples of what that looks like, because I feel like I am a protocol breaker. I feel like I'm a protocol breaker and you don't even know. Like, you know, well, when I'm speaking, like I'm talking, and then I'll start talking, and then I'll hear somebody because I'm a conversationalist. And so you'll be talking, Ms. Claire talking, she says something, and then something that she says resonates with me, I'll push the button. Exactly, Ms. Claire. And so we'll start. I haven't waited to be acknowledged. I haven't looked to see if there was anybody else that had something to say. I was so consumed with her story and heard what she was saying. And now I'm immediately forcing myself into the dialogue without taking it into. And so those are things that I'm intentionally trying to be more mindful of, because I know that those are areas where I have to be better.
No more than sometimes.
I support that. I don't want to echo everything Fanny said, but, and then I echo everything Fanny said, but say it like, I'm not trying to.
Well, so I think you're asking, I was gonna say is that like mentors, receptors, intentionally are being like, opportunity to like engage.
Thursdays and
Yeah.
Oh, you guys.
So I guess my
Maybe give her credit.
I mean, they were. In middle. So I had
I also think we can put that in that, because sometimes I've experienced with meetings, like Danny will make a point, let's say we're all board members, Danny will make a point, Herman will make a different point, and then Danny comes back to defend our meeting norm before we even heard from Justin.
I think that they have to have that.
So how do we, I think that weight, why am I talking, why am I not talking? Is, how do I, yeah. So I think there's a, like, I do it too, Herman says I'm wrong, I wanna like tell him why he's, no, I'm not. But then I need to hear from other people, so I think, how do we as a board self-regulate stuff?
Well, I think it's important.
Especially when you're public, a public thing, you know, public forum, you're an elected official, you know, and so now to sit and that can put you in a tough space. And I don't know, but for me, it's like there's not enough time for us to really dive into all the different things that we need to dive into in those board meetings. I mean, it's just not, but we wait, it seems, but we're gonna try to solve all the world's issues as it pertains to PPS in the board meetings.
a lot of the agenda items are not aligned. I said yes. But really, when you look at, what do we want to? Yeah. Really look at, these are our plans, we've said, based on dates on our community. So to me, that's what should be driving us through.
Yes.
And really, looking at our agenda, saying, how much of this is
What did you say?
or shooting.
Oh, or shooting.
Yeah. Well, and
Because a lot of it
just-
is, to be honest, is like.
That's kind of like me giving me snapshots of.
Our parents.
But it's catered to.
Well, I feel like in terms of what the fits, I mean, I think there's sort of like, how is,
Maybe some of it
how is agenda setting sort of decided? Can there be some?
Yeah.
But those things are like that, and they don't. How much are we
They go right in my
Yeah. That's all.
No, I don't think we should.
You put them on the short agenda so you can get to the
Important
important. So.
And I think that's really high.
I know that, so I think that some of it is, right, this sense that we need to, again, public schools are being watched, so we need to like,
Well, we just.
again, it's fundamental, we have different opinions about how we as a board to do our work. And so how do we resolve this?
I saw that.
He doesn't got.
Yeah. Nothing about.
Can't hear from the office contract.
Saying those questions. Yeah.
You already hung up.
I don't want
I used to make them.
Okay, so let's go through the problems. We have. We have 99 problems. Yeah.
Sandy, can I add a problem? Wait, you got it. Yeah.
So let's just do these. We don't have any room for that. Let's do these. These are the same.
I'm gonna call a 2-minute warning now.
Solutions, you only have problems.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
You got 2 minutes to find.
I just don't have, you know.
No feedback from folks. And then that says, time priority agenda. And I want to
So this is actually,
Okay.
all these other ones are easy, so just write, the solution over here is start doing it. This is, and this is it.
She's got it, getting up.
So we can put the words to it.
Jack, can you do it?
You did one, like prioritize.
I just haven't had that.
There's no way to email something.
Am I?
The student focus. The strategic plan is student focus.
Look, there's students on the bus.
Okay.
I'm glad that you didn't use it.
We have three problems. We have 6 problems. Tension between the formalities of the meeting and like
I think I really do think it's bringing on Robert's rule to help us be more knowledgeable about it.
What these, if you understand what, everyone understands Robert's rules, then we can also say some history. this is this, but how do we want to use this as a template for what we do and establish our rules? But at least we have a foundation.
About this thing.
I am not opposed to us having a work session versus waiting. So I want to have a better understanding. I want to be able to share, I want to be able to ask questions without putting people on the, I don't like the idea, or at least intentionally, just putting people on the spot. And sometimes I feel like it's just okay.
I also appreciated the learning to learn about the content areas, so it wasn't like always about
I would also say that.
Yes, I do. And I'm
No. Short.
There are some things.
Look at other options on how we design it.
That like end up that's not.
Okay, airtime and rule for teams, what do we do? What's going on?
So share it.
Yeah, I mean, it's 95%.
Yep. And it's really hard to do. And I did it a bunch of times here, and like I cut read off one time, and I couldn't even off at read off. So.
All right, everyone.
Then judgment calls, and then how do we back up? I mean, I think you can
Well,
back up.
but I have to agree that.
I do that, yeah.
And that she's going, what we're doing, being who's working in the street at the time, that before one person starts speaking, then we're gonna go around intentionally, go around to hear from everyone else. And then if someone else, you know, maybe they'll cover it. Give them a chance, though, you know.
We gotta wrap up. I know you're on.
Well, like when we.
Makes
Like this idea that we're not, if I disagree with someone, I'm not gonna immediately jump back, I'm gonna let someone else have a chance to speak out. And that's even better, maybe Danny agrees with me, right, like. Maybe no one's wrong and it's just different permutations of understanding and it's okay.
We have to do better listening to understand than.
I like to think.
Okay, those are, we just have a few more minutes. If you all could, I just emailed out a very, very quick survey.
That's a little infantilizing for me, sorry.
About where we're going, that's not our dynamic. And so that's an important difference, but that would be great.
Does everyone have wording on that?
No. That's another one of my
Just
boundaries.
another, okay, fair enough. I wanted to be able to text. Couldn't figure out a way.
Is it yours? Right here.
This is mine right there.
They're looking to push my chair like a grown up.
Yes. Let me just kind of close it out. I sent out a survey. Thank you. I sent out a survey, very, very brief. It'll only take you like 2 or 3 minutes. If you have word email on your phone, I would love it if you just do it right now and knock it out. If you don't, as soon as you get to your board email, I couldn't figure out a way to text this one. Sorry.
That's a generational, like, texting versus.
Yeah. Well, either way, just please, I really need you to do it. It'll be super quick. Because it's gonna inform what I do next time. So, to give you your feedback. And then the last thing I will say is I'm gonna collect these T charts. I'm gonna get with Roseanne and Michelle, kind of brainstorm sort of next steps in terms of the best way to kind of keep this going.
Yeah.
My hope is to keep the work going on these particular topics in the interim between now and December. And I'm going to try to support that process. I just don't have all the answers yet, but we'll work on it. Thank you for the opportunity to work with you on such important issues that are going to, I hope, really empower you all to do the work if we can work through them. I know it's difficult, it's messy. I feel like y'all really showed up with the vulnerability and the honesty and the candor like I was hoping you would. And it just bodes really well for the future. So I'm excited to keep working with you. Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. Have a great night.
Thank you.
And actually, can I just because we're in a public meeting, so I want to take advantage of that, because I know we talked about some stuff in December. One of the things that was mentioned, and Michelle, you and I had a chance to talk about this, was the superintendent's evaluation. I do think we're going to need to work on that beforehand, because it's too late. So this was something that we had talked about. So just so board members know, we will get back to you with a plan and a timeline on that, since we weren't able to get to it today. We don't want to wait until December to put that in place for the current year.
And the board members all know that I'm supporting that process.
Yes, well, I believe, but hopefully the board members know that is also helping support that process. So,
Can I ask a question about that?
yeah,
In addition to the superintendent's evaluation, are we gonna have a recalibration on the board goals before then, just for August to October, or is that a parallel and complementary?
So I think the answer is yes, and I apologize because Michelle and I have not had a chance to touch base on this, so I don't want to get out ahead of the chair on this. As part of that conversation, we are going to talk about what data is available and what data we have now and what data will be available, so that the board can have that conversation on what are we going to include this year. So does that answer your question? I think the answer is yes.
I'll take yes.
Yeah.
And also the other piece of that is, are we going to
Fill it out.
shift our timeframe at all based on when data is available?
That is, yes, that is a question we're going to be posing to the board.
To the full board.
And then our unfinished work from the last evaluation cycle is the superintendent's contract extension. And so I'm really anxious to get that taken care of, because I know hiring cycles for superintendents start in January. So
Yes.
I'd like us to be moving forward on that quickly. We had a negotiated contract, and I'd just like to see us move forward on whatever the new negotiation is or whatever in a timely fashion, because I think that's really vital to our strategic plan and the work we're talking about doing.
Yeah.
Isn't that on our agenda for this?
It's on our agenda for this, and there are multiple moving pieces. It's my hope that that it stays on the agenda this coming Tuesday.
So we haven't agreed upon, our superintendent has agreed to a new contract?
No. We're still discussing.
Thank you for letting me do that.
Meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.